Let's make a start. It's 9:30. So welcome everyone to this, the fourth meeting of the Public Audit Committee of 2013. And first thing is to ask everyone to ensure that their mobile phones or other devices are switched off. We've received no apologies for this morning's meeting. We are missing Colin Beattie, who I've seen already this morning, so hopefully Colin will join us soon. Okay. And just to welcome Jackie Bailey to the meeting as well. Our first item is a decision on whether to take item 3 of our agenda in private. So can I ask the committee if they agree to take item 3 in private? Thank you. And just to say that item 4 will also be in private. We decided to do that at a previous meeting. And that takes us to our first substantive item of the day, continuing consideration of the Auditor General's report into management of patients on NHS waiting lists. We have two panels for evidence this morning. So welcome to the first, which is certainly the biggest panel since I've convened the committee. So welcome to Ian Crichton, who's Chief Executive of Information Services Division, and Susan Burney, who is Director of ISD NHS National Services. Professor Fiona Mackenzie, who is Chief Executive, and Andy Rankin, who is Head of Patient Access at NHS Forth Valley, Robert Calderwood, who is Chief Executive, and Jane Grant, Chief Operating Officer for NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and Jerry Marr, who is Chief Executive, and Dr Alan Cook, who is Associate Medical Director at NHS Tayside. I think the clerks have spoken with some of the witnesses to see whether they wish to make a statement or not. And I think, given the size of the panel, most witnesses have said that they are happy to move directly to questions from committee members, but I just want to check that that's agreeable. Okay. In that case, perhaps I could kick things off. One of the key findings of this report was that while the Auditor General was clear that with one minor exception in Tayside and of course in Lothian, she did not find evidence of manipulation of the waiting time information. She did find a trend which she could not explain, and that trend was that the use of social unavailability increased significantly, tripled in fact, between 2008 and 2010, 2011. But late in 2011, just at the point when Lothian, concerns had been raised in Lothian about the use of social unavailability inappropriately, in most other boards, the use of social unavailability suddenly dropped. The Auditor General was very clear that she had no explanation for what she considered to be a quite noticeable trend. And so I'd like to start by asking the boards who are with us today what their explanation is for that increase in social unavailability, but perhaps even more so, that sudden drop in the use of social unavailability in 2011.
Question that we've been asking ourselves as well, and it's a very relevant and pertinent question to focus in on to start off with. In terms of the rise, I think we've got to go back to introduction of new ways in 2010, when it came in 2008 to 2010, and it did bring about a new set of rules that really hadn't been in place prior to new ways coming in. Now, when that came in locally in Tayside, we put in quite a lot of effort into training of our staff. We held a number of workshops, where over 136 staff came to those workshops at that time. And I think the understanding of the staff improved considerably when the new rule set came in about what the rules of social unavailability actually were at that time. With that training, there was then a spread of knowledge about how to apply the rule set, and that's what we think is the main reason for the rise that went on. I actually went to ask some of our booking staff, because the Auditor General said it's uncertain what the reason is. I went and asked the people who were doing the coding at that time, and that's what they told me, that there'd been quite a lot of education done, certainly locally in Tayside. They were aware of what the rule set was, they were starting to apply it, and they felt that was what accounted for the rise at the time. So that's directly from the booking staff involved. In terms of the fall, again, I asked the booking staff what they think the fall related to. And locally in Tayside, we're now in a different scenario. We're in a post-Lothian scenario where all of these issues have been raised, things that we were probably not cited on before we became cited on. And again, what we have done locally is a lot of training and education about what the rule set is and clarifying any misunderstandings that did get built into the system before. And again, asking the staff why did they think the numbers had fallen down. What they said was that it's a complex rule set. If you go back to New Ways, it's about 99 pages of guidance over the different sets, and misunderstandings did build up around it, but as they were clarified through the training and education that we put in post-Lothian, that has fallen away, and that was their understanding of why it had fallen.
I'll maybe come back on that, but I don't know if the other two boards would like to... Mr Calderwood?
Yeah, I think... no. Press that button. No. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah.
I think from NHS Glasgow and Clyde's perspective, build on the points that Dr Cook has amplified. I think there was a general understanding throughout 2008 and early 2009, the true extent of the waiting list as per the new definitions was really being understood and arrived at. But I think specifically within Glasgow, and I think parts of that explanation will be common across the NHS in Scotland, we did, going into the beginning of 2011, have a significantly bad winter where a number of operations were cancelled because people couldn't get to healthcare premises, and indeed, in some instances, there were operational problems where theatres were out of action, and we had to relocate and refer these patients to different services. But the underlying trend that we noticed in Glasgow in the first quarter of 2011 was this rise, significant rise in patients who sought to be treated by a hospital of their choice or of a surgeon of their choice, and therefore, when they were offered an early access to an appointment across the common waiting list, a significant number of patients declined and agreed to await the hospital or the surgeon of their choice. And I think, as Audit Scotland's report has intimated, there was no data collection systems in those days to capture that data and record it in real time. Sorry, the second part of the question, how it came down, I mean, that was quite straightforward. In the early part of 2011, the board received a report from the acute operating division, intimating the movement in the overall waiting list, and in combination with funds released by the Scottish Government, the Health Board also released additional funds, and over that period of 2011, we've increased our acute elective capacity so that our ability to deal with the demand has increased by the end of 2011 compared to that existed in December 2010.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Professor Mackenzie.
Only to say, I think we were actually relatively steady over that whole period, and our reduction really coincides with the work towards the 12-week TTG. So we didn't really start to see reductions in the unavailability until about May or June, leading up to October.
I mean, I think it's true that one of the reasons the committee were interested to speak with Forth Valley was that the trend that I've referred to wasn't as noticeable in terms of Forth Valley, and also the Auditor General did say that the recorded information which Audit Scotland found in Forth Valley was better, of
yes.
a better quality than some of the others. But I think it's I don't know if Professor Mackenzie finds it puzzling that if the other pressures which led in other boards for that sudden drop in the use of social unavailability, whether it was targeting of resources or a better understanding of how it worked, why did that not happen in Forth Valley? Why were Forth Valley able to show this steady use of social unavailability?
I think this relates back to our actual use of unavailability, and if you look in both the internal audit report and in part what came out in the Auditor General's evidence, we had a number of factors that affected how we used unavailability. We had systems limitations. We weren't able to put clocks off and on, so people were kept in an unavailability code to keep them visible. We didn't really use medical unavailability to any great extent. In fact, the internal audit report brings out that there was a sort of preference to keep people on the list when actually probably, if we're technically right, we ought to have returned them back to the GPs. So there were issues of that sort that meant unavailability for us was being used as a sort of proxy for managing a group of patients. And actually, far from being not patient-focused, I think the staff were trying to be very patient-focused and make sure people were kept in the loop and communicated with that and knew what was happening in terms of when their treatment would be available, and also accommodate people's preferences, as Robert said, for usually to be treated in their local area.
So you're saying if the new waste system was managed properly with patients at the centre, there was no reason why this discontinuity in the use of social unavailability should appear?
Well, I think in preparation for the 12-week TTG, all of the systems had to change anyway. So that is really what I'm saying was driving a major change in our unavailability as you move towards October. But I suppose I'm also saying that I think our local use of unavailability represented these kind of practical issues that we had at the time. But people recorded that very fully and very well, which I think was the point that was brought out in the exchange with the Auditor General.
Okay. I wanted to come back to you, Dr. Cook, and ask, you said that you felt the drop in 2011 in the use of social unavailability was because you were entering a post-Lothian period. It's hard not to take that as a suggestion that the unacceptable practices in Lothian were revealed at that point, and you in Tayside then changed the way that you were using social unavailability.
I don't think that's a fair reflection of what I said or what was actually happening at the time, and it's all related to the degree of scrutiny and the training and effort that is put in at different times through a cycle. So there hadn't really been any issues raised with us around social unavailability in the lead up to the Lothian position. If you look at the information coming to us from ISD, it was never raised at meetings with us. If you look at social unavailability that's raised when we have meetings with the Scottish Government Access Support Team, that was never raised with us as an issue. And at the waiting times meetings that we have nationally, social unavailability was never raised at, certainly to my knowledge, at any of these meetings pre-Lothian. So the post-Lothian position is what I'm referring to as a different scenario when people become very acutely aware of the issues of social unavailability. And that's what I'm trying to state rather than as a difference roundabout. It became very apparent to us in a way that it had not pre-Lothian.
But I mean, I appreciate that, and believe you me, I'm trying to be fair.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
But what I think I hear you saying is that when the practices in Lothian, which were unacceptable, were discovered, that you then trained your staff not to use those practices, and that's why, as in Lothian, your use of social unavailability dropped.
No, this was TTG legislation was coming in. There was more training that was being offered around that time linked to this new rule set coming in roundabout. So I don't think that would be a valid conclusion.
The training programme has been ongoing since 2010. I think that when the situation emerged in Scotland through Lothian, I think it would have been wrong not to take a stronger focus on it in a local system. It would be a sensible thing to say, are there lessons to be learned in any system in Scotland from what's emerged? Now, after that report was in the public domain, we did a lot of work with our staff. We actually underwent a major culture survey through our organisational development people. We engaged with all of our coding staff and said to them, we need to hear what it's like, where you think the training is deficient, what are some of the challenges of the complexity. And I commissioned that report, and I got that report from my team. What that report actually said was that the most used words from the focus groups amongst our team were that they were proud, that they recognised that the job was a tough job with some pressure, but generally and unequivocally they did not feel any pressure from managers to do anything that would not be considered other than within the rules. That, to me, is a sensible and an accountable approach to respond to a problem that was exposed in the Scottish Health Service. And I'm sure all of the boards satisfied themselves from that point of view that there was nothing untoward.
I think, so just to add to that, if you also look at the application of social unavailability pre-Lothian and Tayside, it was closer to the Forth Valley position. The September 11 unavailability figures across Scotland were about 26%. We were running at high teens %. So we didn't have the rise that was mirrored across Scotland.
I think the key point, though, is that Forth Valley didn't have the drop which Tayside did, and yes, I appreciate your point, Mr. Maher, about staff feeling not pressured, and I think other colleagues might want to talk about some of those issues. But I cannot get away from the fact that you appear to be saying in 2010 we were using social unavailability coding in this way. In 2011, after training and looking at the Lothian experience, we were using it better and differently, and as a result there were far fewer patients who were considered socially unavailable. I cannot see what conclusion you can get to except that prior to Lothian's practices being discovered, those same practices were taking place, I'm not saying in terms of manipulation, but in terms of inappropriate use of the codes, and therefore more patients were on the code. I just cannot see what other conclusion you can reach from the evidence you've given.
You know, I think if you look specifically at the number of transactions looked at, I don't know what the numbers were in other boards. If you take Audit Scotland transactions and you take the internal audit transactions, then they were 50,000 transactions examined by the auditors, and a total of 170 audit days, which is 25% of the total audit days assigned to internal audit. So this was a deep forensic dive into data. In our case, they raised a suspicion on 63 transactions, 0.2%. So I think it's reasonable to say that while you're populating a system, you're training people, you're developing and improving all the time, that is a natural feature of a system that's implementing new ways, etc. But you put that against the position that of 50,000 transactions, then in our case, Audit Scotland haven't drawn attention to anything in Tayside in the Audit Scotland report. So I think that's the evidence that suggests that there wasn't an apparent problem with 50,000 transactions on the use of availability coding.
No, I think that might be evidence that there wasn't manipulation, but what Audit Scotland drew our attention to was the discontinuity of the sudden drop in use of social unavailability in 2011. And what I'm trying to get at is what the reason in Tayside was for that happening. And Dr. Cook's evidence was that it was because we had moved into a post-Lothian situation. In other words, an understanding had become available of the inappropriate practices going on in Lothian, and the only conclusion surely then is that the misapplication of coding was happening in Tayside as well, and that was then corrected at that point, and so the use of social unavailability fell.
I think what was said in the Audit Scotland report across Tayside, that there were areas of misunderstanding of the rules. It's a complex rule set. Said there's 99 pages of the rule set. They are complex, and staff have got to get their hand around what the different parts of those rules mean. I do think that there was misunderstanding around what the rules were. Like you said you didn't think that there had been manipulation identified. I agree with that. There was a tiny little pocket in Tayside, but at a whole system level, there was, I think, some misunderstanding that was built up around the rule set, and that was clarified in a whole series of educational and training events that we put on to make sure that staff understood the rules. So what we had done post early this year was a series of talks for all of our waiting time staff. 219 out of 250 of them attended those talks. We had workshops, 2-hour-long workshops that all of the staff were able to come to. We developed a Learn Pro electronic module, which is one of the electronic teaching aids that goes through the rule set. It's interactive so that staff can answer questions around, you get feedback at the end. That's been completed by 632 staff. So the understanding of the rule set is much, much clearer now than it was before. And I think there had been some misunderstandings previously, but like you, I don't think that there was widespread manipulation of the system. That's not what we found. Just to reiterate our findings, Audit Scotland looked at the 9-month period from April to December 11, and they had no concerns around any of our data. We were not one of the ones that showed any unusual trends. We were not one of the boards that were looked at. They didn't come to speak to us, and that was about 30-odd thousand transactions they looked at.
Okay. Thanks. While we're on unusual trends, I wanted to ask a quick question of Mr. Calderwood. Audit Scotland identify that at one stage in a particular specialism, orthopaedics, in a particular hospital, 70% of patients were deemed socially unavailable. Your argument, I think, in your first answer was that this was because patients were exercising a choice over where they would be treated. And my question is, why do patients in Glasgow express such a remarkably high level of choice over where they would be treated, orders of magnitude different from anywhere else in Scotland?
I could spend a long time explaining how Glasgow citizens regard access to their local hospital as critical, and Ms Bailey, I'm sure, knows as many of those arguments as I do. But the point I made, and I'd like to just evidence that, is that in the period in question, part of the rise in social unavailability was patient choice. And if I just take the specific reference made to Glasgow in the Auditor General's report, they highlight that in the month of April 2011, 924 patients were waiting on the waiting list at the Western Infirmary under the term socially unavailable. Had they picked July 2011, that number was 343. So it's a very selective pick on one waiting list out of 8, and in 1 month. I would evidence that the movement between April and July is consistent with the point that we've made about investing additional resources and seeking as a board to address this choice issue, which was becoming quite stark in the first quarter of 2011. And if I could maybe just try and put the Glasgow position in the wider context of the Auditor General's report. I mean, firstly, Greater Glasgow and Clyde in the year 2010-11 added 467,000 patients to our outpatients waiting lists, and almost 146,000 inpatient day case treatments were performed. In the period 2011-12, the outpatient attendances rose to 475,000, and the actual surgical procedures carried out rose to 148,000. Now, I would contend that's consistent with the board recognising the growing demand and putting additional capacity in. And also, if I could just maybe pick up on the point about lessons from Lothian. I mean, the Lothian experience became public knowledge within the NHS in the period February-March 2012. If I look at the Glasgow figures, in March 2010, our social unavailability across all our waiting lists was 25.6%. That rose in March 11 to 36.9%, at which point we became concerned about that. And by March 12 had dropped to 17.3%. Therefore, long before the Lothian information became available, long before the Auditor General came to speak to us about 2011, Glasgow had identified the problem and addressed it. And fundamentally, that's a position. It was an issue, we believe, driven by patient choice. We have gone out of our way to try and address that. It remains a challenge.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure some of the colleagues from Glasgow want to pursue some of these points. Mary Scanlon.
Thank you. I just, first of all, wanted to make a point that came in evidence the last time, because the one thing that I wouldn't like anyone on this panel to think is that this was a very small, minuscule study with 1 or 2 patients. Audit Scotland, in evidence to our last committee, said that this has been the most data-rich, data-intensive exercise Audit Scotland have ever carried out. So please, I ask you, don't minimise this. And I think the second point, this was made by Barbara Hurst, patterns that looked unusual in 3 million transactions. So I don't really have the patience for anyone today that's coming forward and saying, well, it was just a little bit wrong here and there. My first point is really about how this was found out. As the convener said, social unavailability codes rose from 11% in 2008 to 30%, but also 23% of inpatients had an actual wait of over 9 weeks, 23%, but only 3% was reported. Now, what I want to know is, why wasn't it picked up by the internal auditors, Audit Scotland, ISD, who have a quality assurance role, health boards, Scottish Government, the non-executive directors of health boards? You know, why did no one pick this up? Why are we here today? Because someone was brave enough to be a whistleblower.
Anyone like to start?
I can start with ISD, because
perhaps ISD.
You have a quality assurance role, and according to this, raising any concerns about data, such as differences from what would be expected based on previous quarters. Why didn't you raise warnings?
I think one needs to go back to 2008 and the beginning of New Ways. And I think if you take that context, the starting point for NHS Scotland was embarking on a totally new way, hence the New Ways name, of managing waiting times. And prior to that, social unavailability, as you will know, wasn't something that was tracked and put in reports the way that we currently do. Therefore, I think we took the view from the start that clearly social unavailability would rise because it was a new thing that we were measuring. Over time, there was a logic, we believed, that as board waiting times reduced, essentially the pressure on unavailability would rise. I mean, the choice thing has been mentioned earlier on, but there are various dynamics we expected would come into play. So actually, we were not surprised when we saw social unavailability rising. We were aware of the social unavailability rises through the period. We were in touch with, I think, 3 boards around the social availability increases that we saw. I think there was nothing in any of that that we regarded as untoward or anything that we had as a concern. And we've gone back, because hindsight always makes us all very smart, and I've actively gone back and looked at our risk registers at the time. And the focus of the organisation was around making sure the statistics were as good as they could be. The focus of the health service was on pulling off a pretty significant change in patient waits. And a lot of the focus at the time was making sure that the reporting, the systems being deployed to support the information, etc., were working the way they should. So I think it's easy with hindsight to look back and say, why didn't you make a big deal about social unavailability? I've no evidence that we thought social unavailability was a big deal. No evidence of discussions to say that there was anything wrong in there. No reason to have any belief around impropriety.
Well, could I just say that at the time of this change to New Ways, we were told in this Parliament, loudly and clearly, it was the end of hidden waiting lists. So the New Ways found a new way of hiding waiting lists, because social unavailability codes increased from 11 to 30%. 23% of people on an actual list and 3% reported. So despite politicians in this Parliament being told no more hidden waiting lists, the social availability codes were being used by everyone round this table to further hide patients, to make the figures look good. Would you agree?
No.
It was a new way for hiding waiting lists.
No, I absolutely wouldn't, because the major difference was that in the reporting and in the information that we have published, those social unavailability figures were very, very clear. So they were there for all to see. We have about 55,000 people a year hitting our waiting list website and publication. So 55,000 people have been able to see the growth in this thing over time and the reduction in this thing over time. So I think it's actually been remarkably transparent, and I would say that you would be pushed to find another health system that would give you that degree of transparency.
So you think it's transparent that 23% of patients had an actual wait of more than 9 weeks, but 3% were reported. Is that transparent?
I think what's transparent is that the percentage of people over time who were socially unavailable was visible, as opposed to put somewhere else, which is what the former system did.
And no warning bells rang with you when social unavailability increased threefold. You think that's transparent as well?
I think there's two things with that. One is it's easier looking back because the retrospective adjustment that was made as we went through the period masked that to some degree. So I think that we would not at the time have seen it as stark as that. I do think that for several boards where we could see it increasing, we asked the question around why it was increasing, and usually there were technical and operational issues given for that.
Audit Scotland said that alarm bells should have rung. Should alarm bells have rung with these figures that have been quoted in any health board? Although Lothian were found guilty of falsifying and manipulating, the rest of the health boards, there was not sufficient evidence. So it's not that it's not guilty, it's just there wasn't sufficient evidence. So did alarm bells ring in any health boards? ISD?
I think I can only speak for us. In terms of alarm bells that somebody would be doing anything dishonest or untoward, no alarm bells. There was no reason to believe that.
Not even with Lothian, despite the fact that they're found guilty of...
Not even with Lothian. We had discussions with Lothian around where they were. A lot of their issues seem to revolve around systems. That's what we were told. This area, in terms of scrutiny, I think it's important to understand. Every health board in Scotland had to, at chief executive level, sign off on the submission they made to ISD. So from where we were standing, we had absolute assurance from that board that the figures that they were reporting were correct. Getting back to your point about transparency, the Statistical Authority did a review of our waiting times practices in 2010, I think it was. And what that review told us was that basically not only had we done a decent job of reporting waiting times and making what was being done publicly clear, they also were keen to use as an exemplar for use elsewhere in the UK. So I think we have to be able to separate activity going on in boards and the way boards govern themselves from ISD's role as a keeper of national statistics. So,
in hindsight, you're quite content with the role that you've played, quality assurance, and that people can have trust in your figures. So all I can say is thank God for whistleblowers. So I'll move on to my second point. When the waiting time target moved from 18 to 12 weeks, I'm not aware that huge amounts of resources were given to health boards, and I appreciate you were undergoing efficiency savings, which were going back into frontline care. Was the reduction from 18 to 12 weeks, was it an impossible task that led to looking at how figures could be presented using social unavailability codes? Was the manipulation and indeed the muddle of the waiting lists, was that a consequence of government policy? Or should you have asked for more money to achieve these targets?
Certainly from a health board perspective and Tayside, look at the support we got. We would see reducing waiting times as something that's important. It's important for patients to be seen as quickly as they possibly can. It's one of the elements.
Agree with that.
Yeah, it's one of the elements of a quality service. It's around person-centred. It's around safe. It's around timely, which is the waiting times. It's around equitable service. It's efficiency and being effective. So it's a core component of what is a quality service. So intrinsically, we would like to have waiting times as low as they possibly can be. In terms of resourcing, we have had support from Scottish Government. Tayside has had recurrently money given to us of about £5.3 million specifically to look at waiting times and address issues related to that. And in addition, from our own budget, we've allocated £3.9 million recurrently to specifically look at waiting times. So in resourcing terms, from our finance department, there's about £9.2 million that's been allocated.
We actually consider that appropriate for the reasons that Dr Cook has just demonstrated in terms of equity and access. I would not describe the challenge as impossible. I think it will always be difficult, and it should be difficult, because we should always strive to get that waiting times down as low as we possibly can. And I think that the figures that we quote from Tayside no doubt are replicated in other colleagues' boards as an appropriate use of resources to achieve that 12-week target.
It's difficult to really cut into some of the points you're making, but if I take it a high level about boards' understanding, ISDs publish stats which include both the target level, which is the performance after you deduct clock stops, versus the total patient journey. Both of those were very evident to the board. And if I look at it from a Glasgow perspective, in 2010-11, 92% of all patients were treated in under 12 weeks. That is, including all periods of their clock stops added. And in an outpatient basis, that's the inpatient day case, and in an outpatient basis, it was 93% of all patients, irrespective of clock stop, their total journey was less than 12 weeks. So that figure of the total experience of the patient was available and was something that was monitored. You're then allowed, under the new ways, to adjust that total performance to reflect your performance against the target, i.e. where patients decline the opportunity or are medically unfit to receive the treatment, they are deducted from the targets, and hence you get to the board's performance against the incrementally improving waiting times targets that have existed really throughout the last 10 years. I mean, on a financial perspective, I would suspect, going back over the last 10 years, between new targeted government money plus reinvestment of the efficiency savings, then we have invested tens of millions. I suspect I could probably, it would probably be closer to 100 million if I go back over the last 10 years in increasing our acute capacity so that people can get treatment quicker. So I genuinely believe that in the period that as we move to introduce these targets, the high-level, visible performance of the NHS in Scotland has been improving and has moved towards the targets. And that is set against a backdrop, as I've tried to explain, of rising demand, which has had to be factored in, and inevitable service disruption, which you then have to catch up on in order to make sure that the patients are not disadvantaged. I think the other point that's been highlighted and didn't, I think, come out so much in the Audit Scotland report is that a considerable number of patients who were on the social unavailability at that moment in time where Audit Scotland were looking could have been, under the rules, returned to their GP. It was a conscious decision, certainly in Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and I believe in a number of boards across Scotland, not to disadvantage those patients in recognition of their choice, but to keep them on the waiting list so that they could then be treated. But under the technical rules, we, certainly in Greater Glasgow and Clyde, could have discharged a significant proportion of our patients who were coded socially unavailable back to the GPs.
Yes.
In relation to the activity changes, the resourcing we said that had been put in. If you go back to 2008, across Tayside, we carried out about 25,000 inpatient procedures. That went up to about 30,000. That's about a 20% increase by 2012. So the resourcing that came in was put into additional staff. And again, if you look at consultant staffing across Tayside, figures from our HR department, back in 2008, we had 352 whole-time equivalent consultants. In 2012, we were up to 411, which is an increase of 59 whole-time equivalents, according to figures from our HR department. That's about a 17% increase. So that's matching the sort of activity increases in day cases that we're seeing from about, say, about 25,000 in 2008 up to about 30,000 in 2012. So the resourcing was there. It's been allocated in appropriate ways, as Mr. Maher has been saying, and we're delivering increased activity to get through additional operations.
Well, I think there's quite a bit said about NHS Tayside in the case study on page 22, but I won't go into that. But just to lead on to the next question, which is also highlighted in the report, and that is page 21, the case study for Lothian, but also page 60, and it's about staff being under pressure. It's Audit Scotland stating that the boards did not have the capacity to treat patients within targets. The management culture of not wanting to report bad news, and on page 60, accusations of a bullying culture. So we know that this affected the staff, but can you tell this committee, where did the fear and pressure come from? Why were management unable to report bad news? And why did Audit Scotland mention that staff were under pressure and boards didn't have capacity to treat patients? Where did the bullying and the fear come from and staff were scared to report bad news as reported in Audit Scotland?
Pick off on that. I mean, our audit report, Mary, made a very clear mention that the culture was an open one and that staff didn't feel under any pressure. I think the position that I want to convey is that staff were actually trying very hard, and I think Robert Calder would give a good example of the way people were being kept on waiting lists where they might more technically have been sent back. So my view of this is that people were actually trying very hard to accommodate people. They were trying to take into account people's wish to be treated locally as opposed to travel, in our case, where people do generally have that preference. So I think people were under pressure because they were busy, but there certainly was no pressure being brought to bear to behave in an untoward way. In fact, people were supported to deal with any of the challenges that they had.
I think, to be fair, Forth Valley was the board that was the exemplar of good practice that was mentioned time and again in Audit Scotland, and we did want you to come along today so that we had an exemplar of good practice, but we also wanted to drill down where staff were being affected by this culture. So thank you for that, but I think I'd like to hear from some of the others.
I have to comment that I don't recognise that issue of a bullying culture and a fear of reporting an inability to deliver a target. I think that the board, Glasgow and Clyde board, can demonstrate in its public meetings that waiting list information, along with all other patient quality information, is debated very publicly every month, and that these reports are provided right throughout the system. And I don't recognise where the Auditor General and Audit Scotland detected that within Greater Glasgow and Clyde. Indeed, it doesn't actually, I believe, in the report make any specific mention of an example of a bullying culture.
Well, it's mentioned in paragraph 60 in relation to Lothian. Evidence that staff in NHS Lothian were put under pressure to falsify patients' waiting time had resulted in accusations of a more widespread bullying culture in the NHS. Paragraph 60. Can I just ask you finally that you all seem to be in denial about this report. Do you think this is an accurate report by Audit Scotland?
point that you've been asking about, let me just expand on what we did when the Lothian report was published. In conjunction with our employee director and our HR department, we set up a whole series of workshops with staff who were working in the departments that were responsible for waiting times management. And we did that in a way that we think was appropriate in terms of the numbers. A whole series of workshops with a number of the staff, 340 in total, of which about 50 accompanied the people into the workshops. The findings from that series of workshops is absolutely the opposite of what you describe. And I can quote from them that it says, how does it feel to be working in Tayside? 13 of the 26 in one workshop said proud. Another 13 said busy. The other quotes that we get from that report, which we made available to our internal auditors, was that staff appreciated the fact that the Chief Executive, the Chief Operating Officer and the senior managers took the personal time to inquire of the well-being of the staff, whether they felt pressurised, whether they felt indeed bullied to do something that was inappropriate. The answer was an unequivocal no. So I do have to challenge. Now, where Audit Scotland have extrapolated the Lothian experience to other boards is not for me to... I have no knowledge of how they might have done that. But all I can say to you in good faith is that we very properly conducted an exercise with our staff, and our staff gave us the exact opposite message that you are raising this morning.
So my final question was to the Health Board Chief Execs, is this an accurate report? Have Audit Scotland recorded this information accurately within this report? Do you agree with the contents of this report?
I think Audit Scotland have reflected a situation that they found at a moment in time in the NHS Scotland by use of retrospective looking at data and trying to extrapolate that into a situation that had been identified more recently in Lothian. I have to say, personally, I believe that the way the information has been portrayed, i.e. that Audit Scotland is unable to determine whether social unavailability was properly applied when there was no requirement in real time for boards to record that information, is one interpretation. It is clear that Audit Scotland have not identified manipulation across the NHS in Scotland. And as I've showed you by the example in orthopaedics, the report could have been written and it could have used the July 2011 figure, in which case you wouldn't have quoted orthopaedics at the Western Infirmary. Indeed, the other example in Glasgow is ophthalmology that they chose to quote. They quoted the month of May 2011, where they said 40% of the waiting list was socially unavailable, 145 patients. If they had quoted the month of July, that had dropped to 42. It's not for me to determine why Audit Scotland picked particular months and didn't show an extrapolation.
Sorry, can I just be clear, Mr Calderwood, on the fairly central issue as far as Audit Scotland is concerned of their inability to find out why social unavailability had been used in specific cases. You're saying that's because you weren't required to keep that information, so you saw no reason to do so. And so you feel that's an unreasonable
At that
criticism.
particular moment in time, particularly within NHS-Waiting in Glasgow and Clyde, none of the IT systems we used allowed the staff to capture the information about the application of the code.
That wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was, you chose, because you were not required to keep information about why patients had been deemed socially unavailable. Was that the
What I said was that we did not routinely capture that data in 2011. Therefore, to retrospectively look in 2012 and expect to find it was always going to be a challenging ask.
But Audit Scotland's criticism is that you did not routinely capture that data.
Correct.
That is the criticism.
That is correct, but there was no requirement on me to collect that data. Therefore, the criticism is question mark against what?
So the failure, in your view, then, would be a failure of the Scottish Government management of the NHS because they didn't require you to keep that information?
Well, I have to be very clear, Mr. Gay. I've tried this morning to point out that I do not believe that the NHS in Scotland, and particularly the NHS in Glasgow and Clyde, in the period in question, was failing to provide speedy and equitable access to services in the board's area. I've sought to demonstrate the total journey times of patients as published and retrospectively audited by ISD. We were seeing in excess of 92% of people within 12 weeks for inpatient day case treatment, including the clock stops.
The purpose of any audit is to identify system weaknesses. So if you ask me the question about a combination of internal audit and in our own situation plus Audit Scotland, then the answer is yes. They identified weaknesses in the system, and that's self-evident because there is a published action plan. I know mine, which is 22 action points that we accepted, our Audit Committee and our Board accepted those weaknesses. That action plan will be completed by the end of March. That is the purpose of audit. That's what I would expect would emerge from a forensic audit of any system, and welcome it, because it then leads to us improving the systems that we have in place. Whether you then extrapolate that into issues around harassment or bullying, issues around manipulation, or issues about a certain level of unavailability means by de facto that unavailability has been applied inappropriately, is a much more complex issue in my view. So I absolutely accept the veracity and accuracy of our audit and our system's weakness. But I think the other argument, I put forward evidence that we've looked at in our own system and say we don't concur with the extent of the way that it's been articulated this morning. And we've sought evidence ourselves in order to come to that view.
Just to say, I've only quoted from the report.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, thanks. Can I just, for clarification with ISD, just I want to be really clear about this. Your evidence, Mr. Crichton, is that the extent of your quality assurance of the figures which you provide on a regular basis on waiting times is that the figures given to you have been signed off by the chief executives of the NHS, and in this instance, over the period that we're considering, those chief executives had signed those figures off, and therefore you are entirely content with the extent of your quality assurance of those figures.
It's an element, it's only an element. I mean, I'll maybe ask Susan to say a bit about how we actually validate and verify and quality assure our figures, because it goes beyond that. What I was saying was that's a definite extra thing that we specifically asked for on this that is quite unusual.
I think in response to Mrs Scanlon, you said that was the thing, that those figures were signed off by NHS chief executives, and therefore you were content that as far as you were concerned you had checked them.
I think then I have not been clear, because I think for me the point I was trying to make was that goes above and beyond all the normal checks and balances we would have in place. So we would not put reliance purely on the chief executive's letter for the purpose of deciding whether or not, in our view, the statistics were accurate.
Well, I think Mrs Scanlon was asking what you did to find out that
and I think
were
if Susan technically takes you through it, it's probably better.
What we do routinely is to look retrospectively at the data that comes to us and look for any unusual patterns in the data. So, for instance, if one board figures are an outlier from the others, we will contact the board and ask them for an explanation. Not so much an explanation, to confirm that the data are correct. And what we're really looking at is to make sure that what we've been given is correct and there hasn't been a mistake somewhere in the actual submission of the data. We've got a list of data quality things for each board, some minor. Over the years, as the data has improved, the number of data quality questions have reduced. But that's generally our process, is to look for anything unusual, go back and say, this looks a bit unusual to us. Can you tell us why that might be, and confirm that that's okay? So that's our general thing. Now, where there is something unusual and there is a data quality issue, you will find on our publication on our website a section which is about data quality, and there for each board there is a list of things that people ought to keep in mind when using the data, because data is never perfect. So, and when people are using the data, our duty to the user is to help them to understand where we know there might be something they need to keep in mind for whatever the use they may be making of the data.
Mrs Scanlon's question then, I think, was that Audit Scotland said there was an identifiable unusual trend which should have rung warning bells. And the question was, why did you not notice that?
We noticed that Lothian were unusual, and we talked to them about the fact that they were, compared with other boards, different, and the explanation that we had was one of an operational nature. So around that specific one, we had no reason to question further. They gave us an explanation.
But Audit Scotland specifically say that the trend in the reducing use of social unavailability in Lothian was the same pattern was demonstrated in other boards around Scotland.
Yeah. But there would seem to be a general consensus at that point that rising unavailability was due to a number of reasons which people have rehearsed to hear today around the various introductions of new ways, the reducing waiting times targets, putting more pressure on patient availability, patients being available early. So there was a general consensus in the health service and in government around there being plausible reasons for this.
I think it's important to look at the context, and social unavailability at the time was a small element of the overall waiting list transition we were managing. And most of the focus definitely was around achievement of waiting times, progress towards future targets, etc. It was not around social unavailability, which was a small part. So it was a part we were looking at, but it does not figure on any of the risk registers as something that people were extremely worried about. It wasn't a term that was in widespread use. And one of the things earlier on you majored on was this business of since Lothian and social unavailability. Since Lothian, the whole social unavailability thing has taken a much, much higher view than it did previously in terms of general consciousness and terminology. But again, I will say to you that as well as us not being concerned about it, you have over 50,000 people going through that site every year who have seen the list of things we've highlighted as being worthy of keeping an eye on, as Susan's told you. And I think it was there for people to see. We didn't know. Sorry?
It was there for you to see.
And we did, and we saw it. And
you've just said it was all about achieving the targets, but what we want to know is how the figures that were presented to us were not about achieving the targets. It's not just about a top-line figure. You have a responsibility, quality assurance role in monitoring the quality of the waiting list. I think I've said enough, but it's not only about achieving the target, it's looking at how they were achieved.
I want to be clear. My organisation's responsibility is not for achieving the targets, and there is a letter of understanding between myself and the Director General Health that is quite clear that in matters of statistics, we're at arm's length and we are neutral. So our role is around clarity against performance against those targets, or giving public confidence that the numbers people are looking at are solid. That's where we have spent our time. If you look at the questions coming in from politicians, if you look at the questions coming in from the press, if you look at where everybody was looking, it was not around social unavailability, it was around waiting times and how the system was performing.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Doris. Sorry, you've been waiting a long time.
Thank you very much, Convener. I would, if there's time, like to come back and ask some specific questions to ISD, but as you'll understand, I want to ask Mr. Caldwood some questions about Greater Glasgow and Clyde. Now, quite specifically, if someone in Greater Glasgow and Clyde in the period of Audit Scotland were reporting was deemed to be socially unavailable, did they remain on the waiting list?
Yes.
Okay. If they remained on the waiting list, can you tell me, do you have any figures to give me on whether or not, irrespective of whether they were socially or medically unavailable, whether or not they got their 18 weeks waiting time guarantee? What percentage of all patients, including those that were socially unavailable or medically unavailable, still got an 18-week guarantee and it was met?
In relation to the stage of treatment targets that applied during 2011, if you took the absolute backstops and took all of the clock stops and recorded them, then the point I was trying to make to an earlier question, of the 146,000 inpatients and day cases that we treated in 2010-11, 92% of them were treated within the 12-week time frame, which was at that point in time the stage of treatment target. So that is irrespective of clock stops. 92% of people were treated within the 12-week guarantee. And if I look at outpatients, of the 467,000 outpatients, 93% of those outpatients had their appointment within the 12 weeks, which was at that point the stage of treatment target.
And that includes the numbers within the Audit Scotland report, which refers to 900 patients for orthopaedics at the Western and 145 patients at the Southern for ophthalmology.
It does indeed. They might have fallen into the percentage that the 8% or the 7%, if I take ophthalmology, which is outpatients, a percentage that may have fallen into the 7% that were not seen within 12 weeks. And if I take the inpatients, a percentage may have fallen in. But if I was to move that data set up to the 18 weeks, which was the backstop guarantee, then that position in Glasgow was that 97% of all inpatients and day cases were treated in less than 18 weeks throughout the period of 10-11, including clock stops. And if I look at outpatients, that number on a monthly basis, I think is something like 98% of all patients referred to Glasgow were seen within the 18-week backstop. So the social unavailability and the rise or fall of the social unavailability has to be seen in the context of how did it affect the eventual journey of the individual patients. And I would contest that the NHS in Scotland's performance, when looked at in absolute terms, is to be commended. And I certainly think that the work within the NHS at Glasgow and Clyde and the clinical and managerial staff is something I think that they recognise and are quite proud of.
Mr Caldwell, to come on to how you deem someone socially unavailable shortly. Whether there's a good or a bad news story in Glasgow, the problem seems to be that it wasn't reported properly at the time for whatever reason, but we'll come back to that. So for clarity, was all the statistics you've given me there, was that publicly published information? All that data? These are
the statistics that are coming from the validated ISD data sets.
Right, so not hidden?
No, not hidden at all. No, the point I think Mr Crane's been trying to make is that this data is publicly available through ISD and through the website.
Now, Greater Glasgow and Clyde definitely have to improve, but I want to look at that snapshot in time. Could you tell me what would have happened before the new waste system was implemented? Would patients have remained on the waiting lists? Would that have been reported publicly?
I think in the period before the introduction of new waste in 2008, there was what was referred to as hidden waiting lists, i.e. people were not on the active waiting list, they were on another waiting list, and that was what was referred to as hidden waiting list. From 2008, the patient is either on the list, and therefore it's very publicly available, or they are returned to the general practitioner. So there's no hidden waiting lists. Whether you're medically unavailable or socially unavailable, that data is collected and published.
Right, okay. So I'm an orthopaedic patient in Glasgow. I get offered a procedure at the Southern. I want to go to the Western. Do you tell me, yes, that's fine, no, that's not fine? What do you tell me at that point?
I'll ask Mrs Grant just to get that.
Sure. At that point, generally the patients have been seen as an outpatient by a particular person. At that point, they may be listed for surgery. At that point, if they would go, if they were at Western, then if there wasn't a space within the guarantee at the Western, the patient would generally be called and phoned and have a discussion with them to say, we have a reasonable offer for you, which in essence is 7 days' notice. It would be at the Southern General in this example. And the patient may then say yes or no to that offer. If they say no, then they're offered a second offer, a reasonable offer within 7 days. That may be on the same site or it might be on a different site. If they decline those two reasonable offers and say, no, I want to stay with the consultant I've already seen at the outpatient clinic, because that's generally what happens, because I've already seen that consultant, then it would be explained to the patient that we wouldn't be able to accommodate that within the guarantee, and therefore they have the choice to wait, but at that point, they could choose to go. There would have been a slot elsewhere in Glasgow and Clyde because we run 8 orthopaedic sites. We, at the moment, have 8 orthopaedic sites across Glasgow and Clyde where orthopaedic inpatient and day case surgery is run. So that's how we work.
Right. Now, at that point, the reason for asking that is that sounds like patient choice and that's fine. At that point, whose responsibility is it to record that information? And do they do it right away, or do they do it in a batch form, so we wait till we've got 100 patients to put into the system at the same time, or is it an individual's responsibility at that time to enter that data into the system so it can be audited? Who does that job?
Clearly, the person who's making that call to the patient would record that. Clearly, there hasn't been the uniform recording of that in the IT systems, as Mr Calderwood has outlined, that our systems didn't accommodate that well. Generally, it was accommodated, it was recorded manually, and those records are not as robust as they might have been. So that, I think, is a fair point. As we move forward with track here, we will be implementing that in Glasgow and Clyde in a more robust fashion.
Now, you said it was recorded manually. Do you mean it was written on a bit of paper and put in a file rather than on a computer system?
Generally, what happens is the waiting list coordinators, etc., would keep a kind of spreadsheet thing, but it wasn't in the IT systems and therefore available for scrutiny in the way that we're now trying to do that.
When was it eventually put into the IT system for that period in time?
The date would have been, the outcome of it would have been put in terms of the date, but the actual manual recording of I had a conversation with Jane Grant on the 24th of June, clearly from the evidence that has been proven was not in the IT system, because the IT systems didn't have that capability uniformly to do that at that time. Okay, and what training would the staff who was entering that information have had in terms of what they should have noted in their paper files? In the hard copy files before you then look to see what you could or couldn't put into an IT system? What training was available? Certainly our staff have been trained in the new ways, the kind of green book, as we refer to it, which is the original guidance. As Tayside have indicated, we've gone back and reinforced the training around the issues, particularly in new ways, but also as we move forward towards the TTG, or as we moved in the forward process to TGG and compliance and the new circulars. We also have, and we're about to start in April, an electronic version of an IT training programme for people, so that all of our staff can routinely access that on a regular basis, and we can keep that up to date as we go forward. So we've put quite a lot of effort into trying to make sure as we go forward, certainly the training is there and can be evidenced and can be accessed on a more appropriate basis, particularly for new people coming in and the large number of people who have to manage waiting lists, because I think that's one of the other issues. There are a very significant number of people in the system who require to manage waiting lists. The rules are complex, they are lengthy, and therefore it is important that we do have uniformity of that, but it is a complex scene. I think even the documents in the Audit Scotland report now, the current report, but also in their previous 2010 report, does describe the rules as complex, and they are. And I think for a large number of people who are accessing and managing waiting lists, it's a challenge.
Right. I understand that, but the reason for asking the question was I want to know whether the person that was recording that information at the time, had they been trained and told, when you write down socially unavailable, you should give a reason. At that point in time, had they been trained and told that? Because I'm just wondering, for many of those people, were they the same people who were recording this information who were also recording it before the new ways waiting times came along, where it was a routine culture just to go unavailability status code? Was there a cultural change needed within Greater Glasgow and Clyde in how information was recorded? Because you've been working under a system where 1 in 3 patients were deemed socially unavailable on a hidden waiting list, and then new ways comes in and you ask the same staff to do something different. Were they explicitly told at that point, you must give a reason for that, whether it's in a bit of paper or whether it's in a system? Was there a cultural issue there? Was there a training issue at that point in time? Not what's happening just now, come on to that at that point in time.
I think in terms of 5 years ago, when the new ways came in, I think undoubtedly was a transition, and people were trained in new ways. It would be hard to be absolutely explicit about who recorded what in 2008, i.e. 5 years ago, to be perfectly honest. Undoubtedly there was a requirement to apply periods of social unavailability, but at that point there was no requirement to describe in detail why that was applied. It was just socially or medically unavailable.
Okay, now today, because I think my constituents in Glasgow will be asking the question, if I need a surgical procedure today in Greater Glasgow and Clyde, what will happen? So let's assume we have that same discussion about I want to go to the Western, but I'm given 2 offers at the Southern, and you explain to me, well, we might stop your waiting clock, but you'll still be seen at the Western. What's happening to that information? How's that been recorded today?
Today we have both track care in some of Glasgow and Clyde, which can record that. We are implementing track care throughout Glasgow and Clyde, and that will be in the early summer uniformly. We are sending letters as required through the TTG circular to patients describing what the situation is. So if we've agreed with you a period of unavailability, the patient now gets a letter to describe that, and if they're unhappy with that or they don't understand it, there's a process by which they can contact us. So there is now a confirmation in writing to the patient as well, which didn't exist before.
Okay, and are you confident that where you are now, that every person within NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde who will have a responsibility for recording that information knows now that there's a track here system, that they have a duty to put more than just socially unavailable on the system? Are you confident they've been trained and they're very aware of that?
Certainly, we've put a big emphasis on that. And in addition to doing the training, as I've described, we've done current training, we're doing future training comprehensively with an e-learning package. And in addition to that, we're reinforcing the rules. We also have, from the 1st of April, plans to implement a full audit process, which says every month that both within the board area, that a number of records will be validated independently from the directorate teams, and within that, in addition to that, that directorates will be asked to scrutinise and audit another cohort of patients. So therefore we will then have a transparent monthly audit report which describes where we are, and that should be in place from the 1st of April.
I think it is actually incredible that what could be a good story in terms of how Greater Glasgow and Clyde have worked towards meeting waiting times targets and extending patient choice turns out to be presented as a negative because of inability for information to be recorded appropriately. The Auditor General said 2 weeks ago, Convener, that one of the advantages of targets was that when they're not met, it should not raise alarm bells, but it should inform the Health Board to consider the resource allocation and direct resources towards the area where the targets are not being met. And Greater Glasgow and Clyde have mentioned that they've done that in terms of surgical procedures at the Western and Southern and elsewhere. I think my final question would be, in terms of ongoing targets within Greater Glasgow and Clyde, can you give an assurance that where they're not met, you'll continue to redeploy resources properly to make sure they are met? And in terms of patient choice, I would have to ask a second question, Mr Calderwood. For some time now, everyone's been aware that the Western Infirmary will be closing. In terms of making sure patients know what choices will be open to them once the Western Infirmary does close, how are you going to make sure we've got an informed patient group who can make that choice?
Well, I think on the first issue of resources, I mean, the position at the moment is that the board monitors its delivery of all its government targets and seeks to deploy the resources available to it to A, meet the individual patient's needs, but B, deliver government objectives as set by Parliament. I would say at the moment that we have demonstrated over recent years a balance in identifying and moving resources to meet these targets. I don't think anyone could say, dependent on future government decisions on resources and the potential change in demand, that everything will automatically flow. I mean, there is a requirement in the board to look across the whole spectrum of healthcare. Elective targets within the acute sector and emergency targets within the acute sector are indeed very important, but equally there's a whole raft of other community primary care and health inequalities issues that the board is looking at, and we constantly have to balance that spectrum against the available resource. But at the moment, up until and including the current financial year 12-13, I believe Greater Glasgow and Clyde has identified demand and need and has sought to match that by increasing the resources available. Equally, I have to say, not always by achieving every target. There are some targets that more recently we have struggled to deliver. Going forward, I think the situation with regard to the future changes in acute services within Greater Glasgow and Clyde has been well trailed a number of years ago, and we will embark on a communication exercise in the second half of 2014 as the impending changes come in 2015. But to take your specific example, the orthopaedic service at the Western Infirmary in regard to its inpatient base, will move to the Southern General, to the new Southern General. The outpatient clinics at the Western Infirmary, the diagnostics and the day surgery that's currently at the Western Infirmary go to Gartnavel General. So if you live on the west of the city, or the northwest of the city, and you choose to go to what is currently regarded as the Western Infirmary Orthopaedic Department, then you will continue to access that service as an outpatient or as a day case in the west of the city at Gartnavel General. Tonight, if you are under the care of that team, you would have your inpatient surgery at Gartnavel General. In the new model, you'll have your inpatient surgery in all probability at Southern General. Therefore, we will not have 8 discrete orthopaedic teams when we're complete. We will have a lesser number in that the 3 teams, namely the Victorian Infirmary, Southern General and the Western team, move in to be 1 team supporting the south and northwest of the city.
Mr Calderwood, could I come and see the TrackCare system and how it actually works in Glasgow to see if it is actually it's as sensitive as you say it will be once it rolls out across the city?
We would be delighted to facilitate that visit, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr Scott.
Thank you. Can I just say to my good friend Bill Doris that I would envy your constituents all this choice and list of consultants that Mr Calderwood described earlier on. That's not a choice that's open to people in Shetland or Orkney or the Highlands or most other parts of Scotland I'm aware of, but I can only envy people in Glasgow that. That's not what I wanted to ask. I wonder, Professor Mackenzie, if you could just help me with some practical details that I just wanted to try and get to the bottom of. Would I be right in thinking that you and your colleagues as Chief Executives meet regularly together?
Yes, we do.
And how often is that?
Monthly.
And who would you meet with, in addition to the Chief Executives being present?
Well, we meet ourselves generally in the morning, and then in the afternoon we meet with Derek Feely as the NHS Chief Executive and his team.
And would there be any standing items on that agenda as a matter of course?
We generally discuss overview, performance, the key issues I think that you'd expect us to talk about, or any particularly topical things at that time, and obviously forward plan.
And was this issue that we've been through for a couple of hours this morning, was this a topical issue going back to the time that it first became, in the post-Lothian example, that it first became public knowledge?
Well, waiting times would always be something that we looked at together in terms of general performance. Yes, it would be usually a very high-level discussion highlighting any particular issues that we needed to focus on. That would be the general tone of it.
But as a neutral observer, that's why I'm asking you these questions, as a neutral observer in the context of the post-Lothian scenario, do you recall this coming up? Was the specifics of unavailability codes specifically mentioned in the Chief Executive's meetings?
I couldn't say that it was particularly. I mean, I think we became clear of the issues in Lothian over it's quite a prolonged period actually, from the first point of Lothian being mentioned in any terms of interest until it became clear what the issues were. I don't particularly remember unavailability being a major point of discussion and at that point.
No, I didn't want to ask you unfair questions about your
No.
recollection of meetings some time back. But when Lothian did become the issue that erupted, because, as we've heard earlier on, because of a whistleblower, not because of anything that came from within the system, did that then become an issue which was of note and of course importance to all Chief Executives across the country?
Well, obviously, everybody was aware of the issue as it became known, and everybody would have been thinking about their own system and how things worked, obviously. Yeah. But, I mean, I think the point, if you wouldn't mind me making, is I think Robert Calderwood's point's a very important one, which is in overall terms, which is often what we were looking at as a group, the performance disregarding stops and wherever anybody was on the list was relatively good. So we wouldn't have been worried, if you see what I mean, from a global perspective on performance.
Can I make a comment? I'm actually the chair of the Chief Executives Group, and I co-chair the afternoon meeting with Derek Feely. So yes, these issues are discussed on a regular basis, and it would have been, in my view, irresponsible of the Chief Executives and the Scottish Government not to discuss the implications of Lothian. So of course we had a discussion, but in the context of the overall performance of the NHS on waiting times and the appropriate decision by government to invite audit to look at this, because the public require assurance, and it would have been irresponsible if we had not given it proper attention, and that proper attention has been given over the last number of months. But I have to say that you know, waiting times is not just exclusively about unavailability. It has become a focal point because of the issues that have been raised in Audit Scotland. But what I can say to you is that the effort in Scottish Government with the health service over the last 10 years has been the extraordinary effort in frontline staff, the investment, as Alan Cook has demonstrated, of 19% growth in activity, 20% increase in consulting staffing.
We're here to discuss a report, Mr. Maher. You're
that.
giving me an overview. We're here to discuss a specific report.
I understand that, but it's important that it's also set in the context of the overall performance of the NHS. And in the context of the report, I've already said this morning, there is no magical number of what appropriate unavailability is. There have been systems weaknesses pointed out by the auditors. Every board has an action plan to be completed by the end of March. We've accepted those findings, and every board is implementing the weaknesses in the system so that we can improve the issue of unavailability, which is the issue that we're here to discuss this morning.
And did you, since you've taken over here and answered lots of questions I didn't ask, did you decide to initiate all that work amongst the chief executives by yourselves, or were you asked to do so by Mr. Feely?
Well, I think it's a coming together of the executive team along with government officials to decide what are the priorities.
Sorry, were you asked?
Yes, of course.
You were asked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And when were you asked?
I couldn't recall.
No, but was it in a post-Lothian period?
We weren't asked in the context of post-Lothian. When something erupts in the health service...
You weren't asked in the concept?
Let me finish. If something comes to light that is a concern to government, then the vehicle for a discussion about that is the joint meeting on a monthly basis. And that's the context in which the Lothian issue was raised, quite, in my view, appropriately.
So you weren't asked?
Asked what? You
weren't asked by Mr. Feely to take up the issue of unavailability codes when they burst into the public domain because of the Lothian scandal? We
discussed the consequences of the Lothian report, and quite rightly, as the accountable officer for the NHS in Scotland, he sought assurances that we were giving it the due attention that it needed, and we discussed the possibility that there would be an internal audit and an Audit Scotland process. That's the normal conduct of business that I recognise.
Thank you. And I think you said earlier on in evidence to the convener that you commissioned a report. I don't know if that's in the context of what you're describing.
No, that was my local report.
And who was that commissioned by?
Myself.
Not by your board?
No,
so
on behalf of the board. Sorry?
What was your board doing?
Well, we were reporting to our board on our monthly basis in a normal way, and we advised the board in a session at the board meeting that I advised them that I commissioned work that was not to do with any requests nationally. This was me as the accountable officer in the local system seeking to satisfy myself on behalf of my board that we had those issues dealt with in Tayside. So it was an entirely local decision, but it was a decision that I informed the board that I was taking forward, and we subsequently reported.
Yeah, but your board didn't initiate any of this. I mean, did your board not see in that post-Lothian period, which Dr. Cook described, I think it was his words, not any of ours, his words earlier on, that your board didn't say this is something we need to be aware of. Mr. Maher, is this something that's going on here, and should we be assured that this isn't happening?
Well, in actual fact, we undertook a very comprehensive review of our data, including the organisational development exercise that I described. That was comprehensively reported to our board. Now, what I said, and I repeat, is that report did not flag up to us that there was a serious problem with social unavailability. Now, the auditors, if they subsequently point systems weaknesses to us, then we have to accept, and I have never in any way criticised or sought to not accept the findings of the internal audit. But we did a huge amount of work after the Lothian report was published to assure our board that we didn't have a difficulty with social unavailability.
Thank you. And on the target itself, on the overall target, you made the point about the wider context and all the rest of it. Do you feel that target has become more important than anything else?
Me?
No, I'm asking Mr. Maher. He's got the floor at the moment. I'll let you in as well if you want.
All right, no, I'm quite happy.
No, I
I'm very happy to ask you too.
I don't think it's become the preoccupation of the health service. I think it's one of many targets that I believe are justified, and I think that the general public deserve to know that they can gain access from what was a number of years ago waiting times that we were all not particularly proud of. I think there is a debate for the future about what is the irreducible minimum waiting time when you're transacting half a million transactions,
Sure.
and how can you?
That's a fair point.
So I think 12 weeks is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah.
But I think even just transacting 500,000 patients would take a number of weeks. So
no, I accept that. I think that's a very fair point.
Yeah.
But it's the consequence of the target that concerns, I suspect, many of us, probably much wider in this room. Did you, I'm asking you the question, did your board, did you as a chief executive address the consequence of that target and what it was meaning for people in your area?
Yes, absolutely. Our view is that the target is achievable with a great deal of hard work and effort. But I balance against that, and I can only talk in my own context, that we put as much emphasis on other aspects of quality in the 2020 vision that we have for the health service in Scotland. And I would not want to distort our effort in A&E waiting times and unscheduled care and all of the other things that we have to do to deliver our local delivery plan to government and see that as distorted. I don't believe it as a distortion of our effort. I think it's just part and parcel of the challenge that we face on a daily basis.
Yeah, sure. And you don't feel that your staff were put under unnecessary pressure because of this target in relation to how they had to perform?
I think they feel pressure, and refer back to the local report that I commissioned where the staff acknowledged that they felt pressure, but they also felt supported, which is a very different conclusion from we feel pressured, and the consequence of that is we feel bullied. They said we feel pressured, but we also feel supported, and it's our responsibility to support our staff as much as we can.
But so the consequence of the target, you don't feel is an impediment to achieving the target, but more importantly, it doesn't have any undue pressure on staff? I think
the word undue, I would take out. I would say it creates pressure. But if you actually look at our performance in Tayside locally, we're actually meeting all the other targets that we have to meet while delivering 12-week TTG.
Thank you. Can I ask, the other questions I wanted to ask were about ISD. Can I just again clarify, I tried to write down the words that we used earlier. I think Susan Burney used the phrase plausible reasons that the government accepted. I think that was the phrase you used in relation to what ISD said to the government. Again, do you meet the government on a monthly basis to discuss, no doubt, a whole range of performance indicators?
We meet regularly around data development. A lot of the work that we do on data development is in partnership with and in support of boards and Scottish Government. So ISD people will typically be in many meetings and in many groups looking at data development, including waiting times. In terms of the data quality that I was describing before, we will have talked to boards about anything we see is unusual. They will have come back to us and said either, yes, there's something wrong there and we change it, or there's something that you need to know and therefore put in the publication, or they will come back and say, no, that those data are correct. Where they have come back and said the data are correct, we would not have gone further with that. And that would be these conversations would be part of many conversations about a range of data quality questions. I'm
kind of struggling to understand what you do that flags up problems. I don't mean you personally, please don't take it as a personal question, I mean ISD. What does ISD do that actually helps this system?
Well, what we do is we bring the data in, we validate it, we look across from quarter to quarter ahead of the publication at the data and look for anything that looks unusual that we may want to go back and check that the data are okay. So we've got a range of processes around that. As a result, we will come out for each board with a list of questions that we will want to ask just to check that the data are correct.
So it's an internal challenge.
We're looking for unusual things in the data where we want to reassure ourselves that there hasn't been a mistake in the submission.
Yeah, but you accept that none of us would have heard anything about this were it not for a whistleblower. It wasn't because of any part of the NHS that this situation, for want of using a more pejorative word, emerged.
I think I would come back to the fact that the data are published, and so anything unusual is also published.
Some of the data wasn't published. That's the point.
Can I just take us back to roles, though, because I think roles are fundamental in this. You have a Scottish Government who are responsible for performance management on a national level. You have ISD, whose responsibility is to make sure that the statistics we publish have a quality to them. And you have the boards who have accountability and responsibility to make sure that the figures they submit to us are correct. and that patient care is delivered. So those are the quite clear roles that we're transacting. Part of what I think you get from us in terms of value add is some comfort that the timing of our releases is not politically driven, it's independent and separate from that. That the numbers you're looking at are what we believe the numbers actually are, as opposed to anything that people would like you to believe. And we do quality control to a statistically acceptable level, which I think you could take comfort from the 2010 external thing that was done by the Statistics Authority. But what we are not designed to be is a proxy for audit. We can't compensate for what board systems themselves should be capable of regulating. Any board will have a board of governance. You've asked about that today already. They have a role. Sitting underneath that, you've got a clinical governance committee. They have a role around seeing what waiting times goes on. I think it's important to understand in terms of scrutiny, challenge of probity, etc., a board will have far more information than ISD do around what actually is happening. And that will remain the best place, I think, to be able to gauge the probity of numbers. Oh, okay. We can provide you with an external counterpoint, but not much more than that.
But so, and I take that point, Mr. Crichton, about rules. So, in Audit Scotland's report, and in terms of their messages on page 34, do you recognise the phrase ISD Scotland was not clear about what issues to escalate to the Scottish Government?
No, I don't. No, I don't accept it.
So, you don't understand why they would have come to that conclusion?
I don't understand that, and I don't understand why they would not have discussed making the point with us before they made it.
So you don't think there's any basis for that statement
I
whatsoever?
don't. I think the report itself has some good suggestions for improvement, and I think
But
we're keen to improve. Sorry?
But not that one.
I think we've always been quite clear about our role, and it's really important, I think, for us to be clear on it, because if we were less clear, if we were too close to government, or if we were confused about our role in supporting boards, that would be unfortunate.
Okay, but on social unavailability codes, did you raise with the government the statistical imbalances that were coming through that you've mentioned earlier on in your evidence at any stage?
I think it comes down to what you mean by raise. In terms of were they aware of them the same way that anybody else looking at our website would have been aware of them? Yes.
No, I wasn't asking that. I mean, do you have formal meetings with them where you say, look, there's something going on here, we don't exactly know what it is, and we think you, government, should look into that?
Yeah, no.
No, at any time during this whole episode?
No.
No. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beattie.
Thank you, Mayor. A great deal of discussion seems to be rotating around the figures and how they're extracted and the limitations on that. And indeed, Audit Scotland on page 7 of the report highlights the fact that waiting lists have inadequate controls and audit trails, and that the information recorded is limited. The actual audit methodology indicates that there were a huge number of very detailed questions which were asked, but the systems could not produce. And clearly, the multiplicity of systems, which I know is being worked on, especially in Glasgow, the multiplicity of systems also caused problems there. What reassurance do we have for the future that these systems are going to be brought together, we're going to have some sort of uniformity in reporting, and that we're not going to have the different boards using different criteria going forward?
If I can maybe kick off on an NHS Glasgow and Clyde position, we are well on a project plan to arrive at a situation in June 2013 where we will only have one IT system, TrackCare, which when completely rolled out in Glasgow will represent the principal IT system in NHS Scotland. That's a system that will be operational in NHS Lothian, NHS Lanarkshire, NHS Ayrshire and Arran, NHS Grampian, NHS Borders and NHS Glasgow and Clyde, which represents about 70% of the NHS activity, will all be using the system. And the consortia are working with TrackCare to ensure that we develop an audit programme within the suite of software modules that will give us complete transparency and auditability of every individual patient's journey. So going forward, we are very confident that from this summer forward that system will be there, and therefore there will be a degree of consistency across a significant proportion of the NHS in Scotland.
I accept what you say, that there's that you're going to have a uniform system. Within the different boards, will every board be using the same criteria in using that system? Because, as we well know, the approach can be different in a number of things.
Well, the new ways working and the treatment time guarantee has a series of protocols that have to be uniformly applied across NHS Scotland. Individual boards have all published their own access policy, which determines how they will address their patients' needs. In other words, where they will obtain that activity from, and each board has slightly different access criteria, and therefore, to that extent, what represents a reasonable and fair offer to an individual patient will be determined by reference to their own resident board's access policy, and those are clearly quite different across Scotland.
Who will have the overarching responsibility for ensuring that uniformity does exist?
I think it remains at the moment. It would be for each board to demonstrate that it was applying all of the rules and regulations and was consistent with its access policy in its own certification of its data. And clearly, if there were concerns or there were significant variations, then that would normally be picked up on the normal management interactions between the boards and the Scottish Government Health Department.
So there is a process where the different boards do confirm they're using the same criteria.
There is increasing regularity as we move into the treatment time guarantee, which a number of those aspects of the treatment time guarantee are enshrined in parliamentary legislation, and how they must be applied and how citizens of Scotland should get equitable access to them.
I suppose the bit I'm still struggling with is, I realise that there's a lot of exchanges between the different boards, and that uniform systems are coming in, but I'm still struggling to see who's going to ensure that the criteria is the same in each board, so that we're comparing like with like.
The application of clock stops and the reasonableness of clock stops and the audit trail of clock stops will be consistent across Scotland, because we now have to enter into written communication with the patient to confirm that their clock, in inverted commas, their treatment time guarantee has been altered by discussion with and agreement with them. That transparency will be there across, and as my understanding, will be there across the whole NHS in Scotland. What individual patients deem as an appropriate choice and why they seek to exercise that choice will vary across the system based on, as Mr Scott had pointed out, certain resident populations may not have a lot of choice, others may have significant choice. Therefore, there will be fluctuations based on how the populations act to the choice they have.
So there will be a single system in Scotland, but so our system will not be tracked. We will continue with Topaz, but Topaz in our system has been rewritten to meet the new rules criteria. So the criteria for the rules in Robert's board will be the same as the criteria of the rules that we have to write to meet the requirements of the new guidance. What I think you're maybe trying to differentiate, does that give you a guarantee that someone who's dealing with waiting times in Glasgow is absolutely on the same day doing the exact same thing as someone in Tayside or someone in Shetland? That's a different question. But the systems will be written to apply the rules. The practice of how you do that is an issue for training and development and audit and checking in the future to make sure. And that's a responsibility for each local health board to give that guarantee to its board.
I think all of our different systems are referring back to the guidance that came out of Cell 32 last year, which was on treatment time guarantee, and Cell 33 that was a national access policy, and the guidance that related to that. So whichever system you've got, if it was Track in Glasgow or Topaz with us, we are making sure that we refer back to the national guidance that's put out so that we can answer the questions that they raise. And as been said, the Topaz system has been reconfigured, linked back to the new ways rules and the treatment time guarantee rules, so that it does answer the core set of questions. So I think there'll be a core data set which all these different information systems will be answering.
Can I ask if ISD has a role in ensuring that criteria are maintained at the same level throughout the NHS?
I think we do, in the sense that Susan talked about around looking for variation. So as we move away from one social and availability code and we move to the more patient-driven range of different codes that's being put in place, I think the improvements now that are being made probably twofold. One is government being very clear, I guess, about the definition of the different codes and what should be entered. So there's much better definition than there's been in the past. I think secondly, for our part, we'd be looking at those different codes and seeing whether anybody's not using any or whether there's outliers. And again, what we'd be doing with that is publishing it. So not only would we be in a position to have a view on that, but you would be as well.
Again, just to add to that, the practical sense from a board perspective, there are 8 different reasons which are accepted for patient advised unavailability. So the way Topaz has been configured is it's a drop-down box. The ones which are instead are patient advised on holiday, patient advised for a personal commitment, patient advised for a work commitment, a carer commitment, duty jury, or the ones then come into patient choice, which is wishes a consultant or a location. So in Topaz, each of those accepted patient advised unavailabilities is a drop-down box, and it will come down after the discussion with the patient to make sure we're capturing the information that was put out in the National Access Policy.
Just one last question. I mentioned previously about Audit Scotland and their methodology and the large number of very key questions that were unable to be answered by the systems at that time. The result was, as it came out in previous evidence taking, Audit Scotland looked at 3 million patient transactions, did a trend analysis, and they eventually extracted 310 patients out of that, patient records, out of which I think they found 20 inappropriate uses of the code. Would you say that that would be a reasonable approach? That's a reasonable sort of figure to come out?
I think it's...
I'm asking an opinion of you.
Yeah, I think the methodology of how Audit Scotland constructed the audit and the ability of the NHS systems to provide data that would assist the point or clarify the point has proven to be challenging. I mean, you know, on a personal level, Glasgow's had its IT systems for 16 years. We knew what they could and couldn't do. Therefore, when Audit Scotland came to us with a methodology, we knew we couldn't answer that and had always known that. Short of, in essence, going at it a different way, I'm not sure how we, within Great Glasgow and Clyde, could have shone any more light on the issue. And as Mr. Marr and others have said, I think the attempt to look into that to make sure that there was no manipulation and assure the people of Scotland is highly desirable. I think it's difficult to comment on how we could have exhibited something that we were not at that point in time collecting.
Thank you. Yeah, I can just supplement some of the questions Mr. Doris made before moving on to another point. Mr. Doris raised questions about the process of coding a patient as socially unavailable, and I think that's been helpful. Since the loathing situation, there has been a much higher focus on that coding, and it was just to ask, round about the process, what if any, have there been any changes to that process since loathing came to light? Any changes in the seniority of staff who clear that coding change? Or if the only change is the one that's already been stated, is that staff have been better trained, as it's been put, in use of the codes? If I can get some comments from the health boards.
I think firstly, at a high level from NHS Great Glasgow and Clyde, I made the point earlier this morning that at the time that the Lothian investigation and ultimately the PwC report was made public, NHS Great Glasgow and Clyde's social unavailability as a percentage of the waiting list had reduced to 17.3%. when looked back, as I made the point earlier, retrospectively, it had been a significantly higher point. As at the end of January 13, our social unavailability is 17.6%. It's difficult to say what is an acceptable level of social unavailability, but we are seeing a fairly consistent position now, where about 17 to 18% of the people have reasons for seeking to defer their access. So I don't think we have made any changes locally, no.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Obviously, with the advent of the new TTG guarantee, the process has completely changed in the sense of the requirement to communicate with patients, to have patient-driven unavailability as opposed to social unavailability, and also the fact that we now have to confirm in writing. And I think that's a key part of this. We now need to write a letter to the patient saying this is what we've agreed, and if you don't agree, then let us know. So therefore that is quite different from the way it was before. So before, when there was a phone call and we had a discussion, now we confirm that in writing. So if the patient receives a letter which says something that they're either not clear of or they don't agree with, then they have the opportunity to challenge that immediately, and it's much clearer, I think, from that perspective. Because I do think, going back to my previous point, the new wage rules are complex, and when you phone people and talk about, you know, some of the things that we all use as the normal currency, some patients might not really have been clear about what all that was about, whereas now I think if they have a letter saying this is what we've agreed with you, and if you're unclear, please let us know, I think that is a different thing. The TTG circular and the guidance now requires that to be happening, and I'm assuming that's happening everywhere, but it's certainly happening in Glasgow and Clyde, and that's quite different.
Happening with us as well. And in addition to the letter that goes out to reflect back on the conversation that's been had with the patient that gives the reason for the patient unadvised unavailability, we also give out a letter which clearly states what the implication of that is. So if a patient has said that they're unavailable for 2 weeks for jury duty, for example, we will recalculate their wait statement for them so that they now know what their new guarantee date is to come in. So it's not just acknowledging it, it's putting it into a real context for the patient with a new date that comes along. Go back to your earlier point about the training. I've been over some of the training bits that we'd been involved with, but in addition to the training, I think the opportunities for the waiting time staff to discuss issues have been worked on a lot. We have set up a generic email Dropbox, NHS Tayside waiting times, where if staff have got any uncertainty about what is going on, they can drop an email in and that will be answered. We then collect all of that information and put it onto a frequently answered questions website on our StaffNet page so that everybody is aware of what that correct process to follow is. So we also escalate issues if we're required to, if there's uncertainty from our perspective about the rules are, to Scottish Government Access Support Team, and then they're very good about coming back with what their interpretation around is. So we've got all the educational resources put in. We have got a much clearer environment about being able to discuss all of the issues in open forum, get the correct answers and get the correct interpretation. And what we are seeing is that staff are using that. We've had over 50 emails come in asking for clarification over issues. We've also got a lot greater telephone calls coming into the senior members of the waiting times teams, asking them for clarification of issues. So I think the environment is a very open and a very transparent one, and we're seeing that from a patient perspective at the start. Just to add one bit about the letters which we send out to patients, we developed ours in Tayside at our public partners event. So we discussed what the letters were with our public partners and patient representatives. We looked at all of the wording so that it was clear. We made sure that the wait statement was clear. They fed back to us from a public and patient perspective what they wished to see changed from our drafts, and we changed those, and that's what's written into our access policy as the information that we give out. The other bit is around the telephone conversations that take place. They're all structured now in a way that's set out in our access policy so that we're very clear on what we're saying.
I'll move on to my other point. It's been commented that this audit process has picked up weaknesses in the system, but members of the panel may or may not be aware that this isn't the first report done by Audit Scotland. And previously, Audit Scotland had recommended that if a patient wanted to choose a local hospital or a local consultant, that there be a specific code set up for that, and that would apply more to Glasgow than anywhere else. It was just to ask if you had been made aware of that previous recommendation and whether you would have welcomed and implemented that had you been made aware.
Perspective of the... Sorry.
Glasgow, I mean, we were aware of the Audit Scotland report published in March 2010 and the action plan that was attached to that, and that one of the recommendations was about amplifying the codes that would be available. That debate went on for a period of time, and eventually agreement was reached across NHS Scotland of changes to the codes, and that was issued to the service, I believe, in late 2011, if I'm correct on the dates that the introduction of new codes came in and new definitions for unavailability.
The ISD guidance describes in their guidance while the patient has rights of choice, NHS Scotland has a responsibility to present the best possible options to ensure they are seen within waiting time guarantees. There are two options for dealing with these situations where a patient wants to be seen by a specific clinician. One option is to make a reasonable offer of appointment, whether for the specified clinician or not, and if declined, the guidance relating to declining a reasonable offer would apply, i.e. send back to GP or whatever. The second option would be to give a period of social unavailability from the date of the request until an appointment or admission when the specific clinician becomes available. So that guidance is as quoted from ISD. And it also talks in the same guidance about patients should patients will be considered as transferably unless clinically important. Where patients will be considered as transferable within the clinical network in their health board area. So some of that guidance, perhaps less specifically than you're describing, is there.
Yep. I mean, in the Audit Scotland report, they say that that updated guidance was published in August 2012, which is some time after the Audit Scotland report was published in 2010. Perhaps ISD would be able to comment on why there was such a delay on that guidance being published, given that it was a recommendation directed at them.
I can reflect that there was, as somebody's already said, a great deal of discussion around the code and some time taken in discussion between Scottish Government and boards and ISD about the code, and it was decided to incorporate that new code into the general new guidance around the TTG, the treatment time guarantee, where things were going to be a lot more specific around patient availability codes. So it was incorporated in that work and therefore came out around the time that you're saying.
Yep, I mean, you said there was a level of discussion. There was also a follow-up letter from Audit Scotland to ask when this would be introduced. It's really to drill down as to why it took over 2 years for that guidance to be adopted. What were the discussions? Was there resistance?
Not that I'm aware of. I think
if there's no resistance, then why longer than 2 years?
I think it's complex. I think that is more a question for Scottish Government than for ISD, although people are reflecting it's ISD guidance, it's actually Scottish Government guidance rather than issued by ISD.
Okay.
I think, sorry, just to pick up that 2010 report. The 2010 report and its desire to sort of have better clarity around, if you like, patient choice, was something that the point was made at the time. I think the health service generally accepted. I think the point Susan's trying to make is, particularly the treatment time guarantee being enshrined in legislation, I think that has slowed down the passage to a point where you would implement the new guidance. I also think that the Audit Scotland report in 2010 was reasonably positive. It was positive about a lot of the achievements made. So I don't think there was a rush to immediately go out and fix something. There was a plan about how we would continue on a path and continue to make improvements. And I think that's where we are today.
Right, Mr Dornan.
Thank you, Convener. While I don't share the Deputy Convener's suspicion that every board is a hotbed of manipulation and bullying, there have been a couple of issues that have come up recently, which...
Any such accusation?
Well,
in
I
fairness,
suspect that what you should do is read the report later on then.
Yeah.
Would the panel agree with the report that the long-established NHS whistleblowing policy did not operate effectively in helping to address concerns at NHS Lothian and NHS Tayside? So I particularly aim at you at this stage and then ask maybe the other health boards.
I can't comment on Lothian, but I can say that the process that unfolded in Tayside was, if you read our internal audit report, there's a great deal about transparency and about cooperation. There's much in the report that commends Tayside's internal audit report to the fact that we had a system that was geared towards transparency and encouragement of staff to engage when there was problems. The internal auditor interrupted his audit exercise to come and see me and say that he was surprised that he appeared to have come across one small area of our waiting times practice that appeared to be using inappropriate codes. And that was after we had done the major exercise before the audit was announced about our staff's attitude towards whether there was any sense of bullying and harassment. That report was unequivocal in saying that staff were proud to be working in Tayside, were busy, but recognised that the pressure was considerable. So we had no red flags around the whole issue of bullying and harassment. And when the auditor advised me of the potential for this, I took immediate action to investigate the matter. The auditor continued with his audit. I used our conduct policy to investigate the matter. Regrettably, some of that came into the public domain involving individuals, which I would not want to go into. But the conclusion of that investigation under our conduct policy said that in the context of the conduct of those managers, there was no case to answer, and both managers have been back at work for 2 or 3 months now. So I offer contrary evidence to the suggestion that bullying and harassment was any feature of the system within NHS Tayside. And as Audit Scotland have said in the report, there was a small number of cases where the codes were applied inappropriately, of which we have apologised publicly. And we have reassured ourselves by reviewing all 63 patients that there was no detriment to their pathway of care. So we have been thorough and forensic in the way that we've tackled this problem, and would refute any suggestion that bullying and harassment was a feature of what happened in Tayside.
Thanks very much for that. Given the actions that were taken, did you think it was appropriate to take any other additional actions to support staff who is area of concerns?
Well, I think Alan's already set out the fact that we've put, apart from training, the creation of the helpline for staff working on a day-to-day basis, the escalation policy that we put in place so that more senior members of staff can come down and meet with staff to help them interpret what are genuinely complex and difficult rules in what is often a very pressurised working day. So we have put other mechanisms of support in since we've received our internal audit report, as well as improving the systems, of course, with the 22 recommendations in the internal audit.
And have you done much to publicise that to your staff?
Oh, yes. We've actually put a great deal of effort into engaging with our staff and publicising it. With the questions are now openly on our website. Staff can access it. We have been very open and transparent in the fallout from our own internal audit, inquiry and our conduct investigation.
And lastly, do you think the Scottish Government's new whistleblowing helpline will be of any assistance?
Well, I think that's just going to have to be a test. I mean, our attitude in our organisation, I'm sure my colleagues share this view, is that the best success of the whistleblowing line would be that it was never used because people felt the confidence to actually expose issues in their own organisation through their own mechanisms. Clearly, there's a lack of confidence in that issue at present, but we have a responsibility to work towards that end.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the other boards want to comment on this?
I've already commented. I don't recognise the issue of bullying and harassment in relation to waiting lists. I mean, within NHS Glasgow and Clyde, there's almost 5,000 people interact with the waiting list management on a daily basis. 2,000 of those are consultants. and it's never been my experience that consultants in NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde can indeed be bullied or harassed into dealing with the management of their patients and their waiting list. I think the local papers are a testament to that on a fairly regular basis.
They're behind you. Okay, thank you.
I think from my point of view, when we received our internal audit report, the concluding comment on that was internal audit did not identify any instances of inappropriate behaviour or pressure on staff to hide breaches or manipulate data, and our review found no critical matters of concern. So that was clearly a comfortable message to get back, but it's certainly not a thing of complacency. I think we always have to work hard to make sure that staff who are working in a pressured situation are supported if they've got concerns, and that's done by a number of routine things similar to what my colleagues have said, and I've personally met with the staff who do the booking on a number of occasions and been assured that they are receiving the right support to do, and they're very keen to do a good job and keep the patient at the centre of what they're doing.
Thank you. Just one last thing then. Can I take it from your responses that when the report says that there was no evidence of wide-scale manipulation or bullying, that's because, in your view, there wasn't any?
Yeah, that's my view. I can only talk from my own system.
I would echo that from NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Much convenient. I'm glad, I think it was Mr. Crichton mentioned the 2010 Audit Scotland report. That came slap bang in the middle of this rise and fall period of unavailability that we heard about, and it was a very, very positive report at the time. So it did come to us at a time when that peak was beginning to rise, but I think guests around the table have explained why that was, because of the introduction of new systems and so on. But I just wanted to remind ourselves, Convener, that what the scope of the Auditor General's examination was. It was to look at whether the Lothian situation was widespread across Scotland. And as members have said, after looking at 3 million transactions, she did not report any evidence that that was the case. And I think from what I've heard this morning, Convener, around the table, is that that appears to be borne out by the contributions made by the health boards. I would like firstly to ask a question of ISD. There is a message throughout the Auditor General's report, though, that does say that a lot of the data has been difficult to interpret what was actually happening there. And I have difficulty reconciling that kind of comment with the comments made by yourselves about the data that you present. Could you explain to us, please, why the Auditor General would say that the data across the board isn't particularly clear, when you have said on a number of occasions this morning, Mr. Crichton, that as far as you were concerned, the data was good, of good quality, and providing the quality assurance that was required?
Sure. I think ourselves and Audit Scotland come from quite different places in terms of, if you like, assuring the data. So from our perspective, as Susan mentioned, we're looking at trends. We, every month and every quarter, will go through pretty involved processes to actually go back through data as well, because usually there are cut-off issues for different boards about timings and all those kind of things. So I think the detail of what we tend to do is we tend to look at what the different systems are generating. We do a reasonableness assessment of what's coming out. We make various technical adjustments to the information, and we make sure we've got a list that publishes the different areas that perhaps we aren't 100% comfortable with in terms of crossing all the T's and dotting the I's. So I think that's where we've come from. Audit Scotland, I think, were going down to inside the bowels of the system. They did their transaction testing, and then they were struggling to get what the transaction was telling them to link to what actually happened to the patient, because of it not being recorded, as I understood it, because my source for that would be the same as yours reading the report. So I think the reason we're comfortable with our statistics is that we've talked about the rise of social unavailability. It was fairly common across the piece. The odd board that looked odd, we asked the questions around. We spent a lot of time talking about the social unavailability, but it's quite a small percentage of everything the system's actually measuring. And if you go to the most important part, to me, of what we've been providing you assurance with, and I think Audit Scotland actually bear it out. If you look at the improvement in waiting times over time, If you look at the fact that there has been improvement, and the improvement would appear to be what we have told you and published to the Scottish people it has been, that's what I took that audit report was also saying. So what I can't do any more than Audit Scotland is tell you for each individual case what the accuracy level is of it being transcribed properly and moved on up the system. What I can tell you is from a reasonableness perspective, high level, we think the statistics are good. A very good question was asked earlier on about what was our view around the percentage variance of the errors that they picked up as they did their report. Hard for me to say, not seeing what they looked at, but human beings record these things. These things are very complicated. So an error ratio in the level that you were talking about, I think, probably wholly expectable.
So, thank you for that. But is it your role, though, to try to close that gap then? Because we could be sitting here saying 2 years' time or another, we'll look at this and God forbid we're in the same position where we're making all sorts of inferences and assumptions about what the data actually tells us. Isn't there a role for you there to intervene in some way to encourage different practice or better practice or capturing manual data and embedding it in the system so that it can be properly analysed and conclusions can be drawn?
I think it's a very fair point, and I think there's no question that we can do better there. But I also wouldn't want to sell short what we currently do, and there's an awful lot of effort goes in to the end of these reporting periods, liaising with boards and agreeing what the numbers should actually look like. And we do help boards clean up their own information as they get to clear publishing points. So I think that's an element that we already do. One of the things I'm not sure always comes through when we talk at this level is the amount of effort and pressure and administration there is on the front line to record this, because actually their starting point's the patient, not reporting to us for the purposes of waiting times. And it's a challenge for me sometimes with my guys to remind ourselves that actually, you know, we're a byproduct of what the system's there to do. We're not the point. So I think we can work on doing more, but I think it would be disingenuous if I told you that we'd be able to get to the point where we'd want to go right down inside the system and be sort of alongside the person recording it to make sure it's done properly. I think we will help the board look at variations, and we'll help the boards understand outlying statistics we see, and we'll continue to support them as best we can. But I think that is our role.
I think a very good point that was made by members, not just at this meeting, but at previous ones, when in relation to Forth Valley, was that the recording of certain information about the patient was very helpful in allowing Audit Scotland to come to a view about Forth Valley. And I think Mr Calderwood had said in his presentation there that some information was not recorded that may ultimately have been helpful to the committee and others to come to more accurate and more informed conclusions about what's actually happening. I would hope, convener, that kind of process and that opportunity to embed that kind of real information about real people and real reasons for things happening becomes part of the data capture methodology that we use across the boards, and perhaps when we do come back in a year or two to have another go at this, we'll be much clearer about what the data is actually telling us.
Can I just come back to you on that? Because I can give you some assurance around...
If it's short,
I'll keep it very short.
Question you have answered the question, we're good.
Dr Cook mentioned earlier on the move from the old one-box social unavailability to a range of availability codes now. I think that's your assurance, that when you come to ask the question in a year or two's time, actually you will be able to see a range of reasons why and have much better understanding than we can currently give you today.
I'm really pleased with that. I'd like to just turn to the boards now and raise a point with them now. In the absence of clarity, when you have data that you either can't completely rely on, it becomes open to interpretation. And sadly, in my view, convener, that's been what's been going on here in the past period, where certain members and politicians have been saying things about the data that are quite clearly unfounded. And I'd like to ask you a direct and specific question about whether, in your view, hidden waiting lists were widespread in across the health board and in your board in particular, because that has been said and that accusation has been levelled against you. So I would like to give you the three boards an opportunity to either refute that and explain your position.
I mean, I would refute that the accusation that there was hidden waiting lists within NHS at Glasgow and Clyde. I've made the point on a number of occasions this morning that if you look at the total weights of all patients, total journey, irrespective of clock stops, 93% of those people were treated within the targets. And that's an auditable, external, validated figure. I accept, and have commented on more than one occasion this morning, that we were not recording the data in a way that retrospectively it could be audited, and therefore it is right that people could infer that it's open to interpretation as to whether we applied the code appropriately. We have offered views as to how we use the code. We can actually demonstrate and validate that our actions in 100% of cases right. But if you look at the totality of the patient journey, then I think in 2011 the NHS in Scotland was a success. We were moving forward and improving waiting times.
So,
Mr. Mayor?
Is it, sorry, just let me come back to that. So if you were at Glasgow operating hidden waiting lists as has been levelled against you, could you possibly have delivered that 92% performance?
No.
Thank you.
Again, on record saying that between the two audits, 50,000 transactions examined by Audit Scotland. Audit Scotland, 30,000, they raised no issue with us. The 20,000 raised by our internal audit brought it down to 63 transactions which proved to be inappropriate. That represents 0.2% of all the transactions examined. I consider that gives me an indication that the challenges were weaknesses in the system and the complexity and the challenge of supporting our staff and training them appropriately. That is the central cause of the challenges that we face, and I'm confident that our system has no hidden waiting lists or has ever attempted to have such a thing.
Professor Mackenzie.
Well, I would agree with that. I mean, there's no hidden waiting list. All of the waiting list is visible.
I mean, what's your performance comparable to Glasgow in terms of... Similar percentage
wise.
The 90s?
Yes, maybe slightly lower. We had some other issues at the time, but in overall terms,
Same.
You know, pretty good, and the Scottish performance was good.
90. Thanks very much, Convener.
Yeah. Mr. Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Very, very quick, simple question. I think most of the technical stuff my colleagues have asked. The questions I've been asked today are, is it fair to say that the main problem that we've had is rather an older IT system that doesn't collect the facts, hasn't been able to be identified, and perhaps some people are making a bit more out of the problems here than perhaps there is?
It would be my contention that the absence of the data collected routinely on the IT system made it extremely challenging for Audit Scotland to ascertain whether everything was appropriately applying. The absence, certainly within the Greater Glasgow and Clyde context, of retaining the waiting lists and the notes that the various parties made on them as to why they had arrived at a decision to apply the social and availability codes has compromised our ability to explain unequivocally that it was appropriately applied. And I think the other point is that we've said that going forward, this is all now written communication. Therefore, the ability tomorrow to audit what we're saying is fact or fiction tonight now exists. The rules now require us to have that audit trail clearly there, both in paper and ultimately in IT.
I think the test over the next 12 months is to be able to demonstrate in an auditable fashion, as my colleague says, that the reasons for unavailability are well documented, they're within the rules, and they are reliable in terms of the systems we put in place. So whether it's 5% or 15% or 22%, that figure becomes arbitrary if we can demonstrate to the public that the rule making is abided by and that we have appropriately coded people, and that we should be the subject of that public test over the coming years.
Kenzie?
I mean, in response to your question, I think one of your other colleagues mentioned earlier that these systems generally were quite old. They weren't meant to do what we're now needing them to do. And I think certainly talking from our own system, we've got two systems in place, and it was picked up as an issue during the audit. We were already aware of it, of systems not talking to each other, and actually that was one of the reasons why we kept actually quite good notes, almost as backup for that. But in any event, I mean, our view is that we need to move quickly to one system and then look at going on to one of the other national options at the end of that. So, I mean, the systems haven't been helpful in this, just because the need has changed over the period of time.
Thanks, Mr Kerr. Ms Bailey to finish off.
Thank you very much, Convener, and my thanks to the committee as well for allowing me to pose some questions. Can I maybe start with IT systems, which wasn't where I was going to start, but IT in and of itself is not a reason for the rise or indeed sharp decline in social unavailability. I think Tayside said there was misunderstanding and need for education. Glasgow rightly raised capacity issues, which was noted in the Audit Scotland report, and others referred to the introduction of the new treatment time guarantee. Were those the reasons for the rise and then fall in social unavailability based on the evidence you've already given us? I just need a yes, no.
I mean, sorry, I'm not giving you a yes, no, so maybe not being very helpful, but I think one of the things for us is, and I think it has come out in the discussion, that in some cases we were using unavailability to hold people and not send them back to the GP. So that's been motivated by a fairly patient-centred requirement or motive. So from my own point of view, I think one of the issues is in moving into the new guidance that people are actually working absolutely by the rules, and then everybody's clear where they stand, which is reinforced by the letters, etc.
But that's about a person-centred system,
yes,
rather than IT?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think I would echo that point. The IT, you're absolutely right. IT has got nothing to do with the rise. It's got everything to do with our inability to answer the exam question retrospectively. That's been the challenge. The drivers for the rise in social unavailability we've endeavoured to explain over this morning, and I think Mr Feely's letter to the committee also tries to track that back from 2008 to its peak in 2010. And I think the point that we've all been trying to make this morning is that in the context of social unavailability, it did peak early in 2011, and almost every board in Scotland set about doing something about that. And all of this was long before Lothian and an apparent, well, now proven, set of issues of manipulation came into the public domain. And therefore it is slightly disappointing that that nuance is not in the Audit Scotland report, as opposed to the nuance that the lack of evidence for or against.
I'll give you a short answer with a tiny caveat. The answer is yes, that's part of the patchwork of complexity. But interestingly, when we have done a review, we've actually uncovered patients who should have been coded, who haven't been coded, and our staff have said we've been working very hard not to code patients. So there are two sides to this.
Absolutely. It's just, I think the Scottish Government at one point were claiming the Little Britain defence of the computer said no. So clearly that's not been the case, and I thank you for that. Could I turn to Ian Crichton, because I found his evidence interesting in just trying to understand the process. I think you said something like, boards treat the patients, they operate the systems, the chief executives sign off. ISD, forgive me for paraphrasing, do the numbers, and the Scottish Government's role is to monitor performance. Is that just encapsulate? Okay, that's very helpful. You have discussions with health boards, you have discussions with the Scottish Government, I'm clear about that, and I'm clear in turn that the Scottish Government discusses with NHS chief executives. We've heard that evidence today. And that was prior to NHS Lothian as well as post-NHS Lothian on waiting times. So I suppose my credibility is slightly strained, because there must be upwards of £2 million in salaries sitting in a room between the Scottish Government and NHS chief executives, and not one of you, clever people all, right? I know Robert Calderwood will treasure that remark, but clever people all do not pick this up. I mean, it just tests my credibility. Were you in the room too?
Yeah. Can I just clarify from you, when you say pick this up, what do you mean by this?
Sorry, the rise and fall in the rise certainly in social unavailability.
So I think for us, the way our role manifests itself in these meetings with the boards, with boards who are outliers around social unavailability, we would have brought it up. And we did. We brought it up with Lothian. I think we had discussions with Forth Valley, and we had discussions with Grampian. I think those would be the three boards that seemed a bit odd. So those discussions were had, but they were discussions in the vein of what's going on. In the case of Grampian, I think they were implementing their new PMS system. In the case of Lothian, I think they felt they had systemic issues as well. And with Forth Valley, your issues were a little bit different for the reasons that the committee has been going around this morning. So that's the kind of discussions that were had. My people are extremely smart, and I wasn't often in the room, it would be them. And they're very good at what they do. So those conversations were had. If If you take the conversations with government, our relationship with government is always interesting because we need to maintain a degree of objectivity. So the nature of meetings we would tend to attend, particularly as they relate to the statistics, would be meetings where the Analytical Services Division of Government would call them. The government performance people would be there, and our role really was to be there to answer any questions. Susan can correct me if my recollection is wrong, but I don't think social unavailability factored into those discussions. I mean, typically, discussions around published statistics and things, I think, on different subjects never last more than about 20 minutes. I think some of the discussions on waiting times may have gone on for as much as an hour, but I think the discussions were around how was the system doing, how were patients getting looked after. They weren't around this small social unavailability number that was creeping up. Okay.
But those figures were there, were available.
Yeah.
It's just that none of these really bright people managed to pick them up.
I think we saw them, and I think we persuaded ourselves there were good reasons for them. And I think the flip side of the audit report would be you could make an argument that actually we were right, because with the exception of Lothian, it would appear social unavailability growth and reduction was perfectly legitimate. Okay.
Can I ask you then, which is your sponsoring department? Do you report into the sponsoring department? Who do you actually, beyond the kind of day-to-day stuff that goes on, who at senior management level do you communicate with?
Yeah, we're always a little interesting because I'm the Chief Executive of National Services Scotland, so ISD is one of a range of services. Yep. So if I talk about NSS sponsorship arrangements, it's up through John Matheson in the Finance Department. And I have a direct line of accountability to the Director General Health, and I have a chair, as any other board chief executive would. If you go down a level to ISD, typically the nominated sponsor for ISD is ASD, or the Analytical Services Division at Government.
Okay, and when you're providing all these statistics, who do they go to? Does the Director General see them? Does the Director of, I forget all the different titles, but I think somebody with responsibility for waiting times, do they see all the statistics as a matter of course?
Probably better if you pick that.
Under the pre-release access rules, we would release through Analytical Services Division the publication for pre-release view, and Analytical Services Division will pass it on to people who would have an interest, policy colleagues and so on. And there would be a meeting, which Zian's saying would be of various lengths, where ISD would sit with policy colleagues and so on and talk through anything that they might want to ask about the publication or the figures.
So would this be at director level? I mean, I'm trying to kind of establish the lines of accountability here.
It would probably be a head of a division, not necessarily a director level, rarely a director level. And it, of course, it varies a great deal across the different data sets as well.
Okay. I think it's important to, again, go back to what the meeting is for. And the meeting is primarily for, I think, the government to prepare its lines and things ahead of the statistics being published. So we will make technical experts available to provide clarity. We're not there to negotiate a line or any of those kind of things.
Sure, no, I understand that. Would just to correct something I think you said earlier, Mr. Crichton, you said that these things are exposed sometimes by questions from politicians. Would it surprise you to know that we were raising the rise in social unavailability in 2009, long before Indeed Audit Scotland's first report, never mind its second one?
I think for me, if you go back to 2008, after we did the first year of New Ways, there was a report done between Scottish Government, health boards and ISD that actually mentioned social unavailability in it as well. I think the question is the amount of concern around that area versus other areas. And I think from where we were, you may have raised it, but I'm very clear for myself that prior to the Lothian thing happening, social unavailability wasn't something that people were concerned about in terms of a problem or the kind of misrepresentation that the audit report talks about.
We certainly were, but there you go. Can I just finally, convener, because I'm conscious of time, raise an issue about bullying, because I was surprised at how emphatic the chief execs were in claiming that there isn't a problem. And, you know, I have to urge a degree of caution in the sense that even the BMA, in a submission for the debate, said, feedback from our members would suggest that this aggressive management style is not isolated to Lothian. Now, whilst you may claim it's not your board's and it's somebody else's, are you seriously saying, and particularly I want to put this to Robert Calderwood, as carefully as I can, that there is no bullying, no stress placed on any staff member in NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde in relation to waiting times and social unavailability?
I think I need to break that question down into two. I think the purpose of the debate this morning has been about whether social unavailability as a code has been misappropriately applied in order to allow the board to claim it's been achieving a target that it clearly hasn't. I am quite adamant in my view that we have not. That is the view of Audit Scotland, and I think we have offered evidence this morning that we are not. If you turn to the day-to-day pressure between the managers, be they medical and clinical staff generally, about the pressure on the system to handle patients electively and emergency, yes, there are many fraught conversations on a daily and indeed over the last winter probably an hourly basis between my medical and managers and other medical staff. And do I believe, all my staff believe that some of the things that we're doing are in their interest or in the best interest of aspects of some of the service? No, they don't. However, the issue for us as a board is to meet these services and to provide them for the population and to strive to our best endeavours to meet them within the resources available to us. There has been, and I make no apology, there has been a marked improvement in productivity in the NHS, which has been driven in part by using the resource differently. There has been significant services of redesign. And do I meet with my area medical colleagues monthly and be told about their disappointment about another, inverted commas, redesign or another change or another target? Yes, I mean, that would be a fairly regular Monday night with GPs. It's almost, fortunately, one's a Monday night and the other's a Friday afternoon, so you get a gap in between. And with my secondary care consultants, there is a whole series of pressures in the system. But is it bullying? No, it's not. It's a debate between managers, be they medical and clinical staff, about the need to meet patients' needs. It's all driven by the patient.
I'm talking about perhaps colleagues and NHS staff who are indeed hardworking below the level of the clinician, nurses, quite junior managers in the system. You're telling me there's no bullying there?
I have to say we need to be clear what we mean by bullying. There is assertive debate on a daily basis across the system. Does the board recognise that we've gone from an occupancy in an acute medical receiving wards from the mid 80% up to the mid 90%, and that's a significant pressure on the staff? Yes, we recognise that, and we're working to the best of our endeavours to address that. Do people feel hard-pressed now compared to, say, 10 years ago? Yes, they do. But that's not bullying and harassment.
Thank you.
I am emphatic that in the context of this audit in the area of waiting times, we have done a huge amount of work and we have not been able to uncover any evidence of bullying and harassment. Am I being emphatic that I am the confidence that that would never be the case in the whole of a complex healthcare system? That would be complacent. And I can say to you, not for today, but we have a very comprehensive cultural programme that we launched at the beginning of the year in NHS Tayside, because we take the issue seriously and we are determined that if we have any evidence of that, we would deal with it in the appropriate manner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Are you okay?
Thank you very much.
Well, look, the first thing is to thank the panel for their forbearance in taking part in a ridiculously long evidence session. Your answers are much appreciated, even although I know we don't always give that appearance, but it is very much appreciated. The committee is running very late, but I'm still going to take a 10-minute interval just for the sake of humanity for the rest of us, I think, and to allow witnesses to change. Thanks very much. Let's reconvene, and we are late, but I hope members bear with me. It's an important report, and I wanted to make sure everybody had time to ask the questions that they wanted to ask, and so the committee's apologies to our next set of witnesses who've been waiting some time. They are Derek Feely, who is Director General Health and Social Care, Chief Executive of the NHS and the Scottish Government, John Connachan, who is Director for Health, Workforce and Performance, and Richard Copeland, who is Head of Access, Workforce and the Performance Directorate. And Derek, I think, is going to make a very brief introductory remark.
Thank you, Convener. I was grateful for the opportunity to make a written submission, so I'll confine my opening remarks to a few points only. Firstly, the Government accepts Audit Scotland's recommendations and will act on them. Improvements in systems and in evidence are required and will be made. Secondly, just to put on the record that deliberate manipulation of waiting times, such as that uncovered in Lothian, is completely unacceptable. We've now had substantial scrutiny from both internal auditors and Audit Scotland, looking at hundreds of thousands of records and interviewing hundreds of staff. It's important to note that evidence of further deliberate manipulation has not been found. Thirdly, I'd like to offer two observations on social unavailability, if I may. First, it was designed as part of new ways to be fairer to patients, and Audit Scotland's 2010 report recognised that fact. It's intended to offer convenience and choice to patients and families without them having to leave the waiting list if the appointment offered to them is unsuitable. Apart from what went on in Lothian, there's no evidence that any board is manipulating social unavailability or using it for anything other than its intended purpose. Secondly, it's been suggested that what happened in Lothian caused a fall in social unavailability, but there's no evidence of that connection, and indeed, as you heard from Robert Calderwood earlier, the rate of social unavailability started to fall from a peak in 2010. Audit Scotland's Exhibit 6 in the report shows that. Finally, but most importantly, Convener, I'm aware that the committee was particularly concerned in its most recent meeting about the impact on patients. I've provided in my letter to you some data on what's been happening to patients as they've waited for inpatient and day case care over the period since New Ways was introduced in 2008. And the annex to my letter contains data on the median wait for all patients, so including those deemed to be medically or socially unavailable. It shows steady progress over the period, which has been to the benefit of people waiting in Scotland. In the quarter ending September 2012, the median wait had reduced to 32 days for all patients. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite a lot of the questioning of the previous panel was around when the general issues around how waiting times were recorded and how they were reported were flagged up to different people who have responsibility within the system, and to what degree that those concerns were acted on. And indeed, at the centre of the Audit Scotland report, there is a suggestion that the Auditor-General used the phrase alarm bells should have rung in 2010-11, and those concerns should have been indicated. So my first question really is, at what point, Mr Feely, did you feel that there were concerns around the recording of social unavailability and the figures which were being reported through ISD in their regular reports on waiting time statistics? When did you think there might be problems that needed to be addressed?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just introduce that by saying that the trend in social unavailability, the growth in social unavailability numbers really happened in 2008-2009. And as you've heard from the previous panel, that's not entirely unexpected. As you introduce a new system like that, you get the kind of education and familiarisation that happens. And I agree that tighter waiting time targets and a narrower window in which to place patients might have contributed to that too. But actually, once you get to 2010, if you look at the numbers now, it's relatively steady over 2010. And then you have a big peak in December 2010. And that big peak is really down to that very bad winter we had, where we couldn't offer all the services that we would normally offer, and patients couldn't get to them anyway. So there was nothing in that period that really gave us any concerns that didn't, in the words you used, convener, ring any alarm bells for us. We also got some comfort from the fact that Audit Scotland had reported in 2010, and while they'd made some recommendations for us about guidance for patients who can't attend and patient choice codes, as you've heard, they didn't really raise level of social unavailability as a big issue for us. So we weren't really hearing about social unavailability as an issue until well into the investigation of Lothian. So I'm not. I hope that answers your question.
I'm not, well, to a degree it does, although I'm not sure whether the answer you're giving me is that there was no problem with the way in which waiting list information was being recorded and reported, or you accept, as Audit Scotland believed, that there was a problem or there were problems, but nobody had told you, so you didn't know. I'm not sure which of those it is.
So what I'm saying is that I don't think it's necessarily the case that the level of social unavailability at that time was a problem. Social unavailability...
No, that's not what I asked, though. I asked about the systems of managing, recording and reporting waiting list information.
So we knew that there were limitations in our systems for recording them. That's why we are implementing the track care system. That's why we're investing in new systems.
Okay, so over the period that the Audit Scotland report is looking at, or over the period from the introduction of new ways in 2008 until relatively recent time, which is what we've been discussing, all the way through there, the Scottish Government put out on a regular basis press releases and notices about waiting lists. I mean, loads of them. I've got some here, NHS on track to deliver waiting times, best waiting times ever, waiting time targets achieved. That was quite a regular thing.
Yeah.
Do you, as Chief Executive of the NHS, sign off these press releases?
No, I wouldn't necessarily sign off every press release, no. But and it remains the case that what we were saying then is accurate.
Okay. But my question is, did you ever indicate to those who presumably do sign these press releases off, including the Cabinet Secretary who's quoted in a number of these, did you ever indicate that there were problems with the systems, that you knew there were problems with the systems which were generating the statistics on which these reports are based?
So the problems with the systems weren't related to the generating of those statistics. They were relating to the recording of social unavailability.
I'm sorry, that's a fine distinction. I'm not sure I get.
With respect, I don't think it is a fine distinction. So there's the ISD are well-respected, well-regarded, certified authority for the publication of those kind of statistics. There has been a range of commentaries, independent commentaries, on the accuracy of those statistics. So, including from people like the Office for National Statistics, who say that, there's a quote in my letter to you that records that. So, in terms of the accuracy of the statistics being presented, we were comfortable that they were accurate. That had been validated. It's also entirely consistent with the numbers that come from other sources that, again, I referred to in my letter. Indeed, when OECD published a recent report on Scotland's waiting times recently, making comparisons across Europe, one of the commentaries that they made was that actually you published quite a lot of statistics and didn't make any commentary as to their a lack of accuracy. So the statistics as published were accurate. They included statistics on social unavailability. But what we couldn't tell from the systems that we had what were the reasons behind why social unavailability was being recorded.
But ISD, in the evidence that we heard earlier, ISD said, I mean, your point, which I think is a pretty fair one in many ways, is that these statistics were produced for you by ISD, that they are very good at what they do, and therefore you had confidence in the accuracy of the statistics. But in the evidence we heard previously, ISD said that they had confidence in the accuracy of the statistics because the numbers they used had been signed off by the chief executives of the NHS boards. So their sense of the accuracy, the credibility, the confidence we could have in those statistics was based on the chief executive signing them off. If I put myself in the place of the Cabinet Secretary, then my question, I think, is when I put my press release out saying these are our waiting time statistics and they're a great success story, who is it that I look to for the confidence that in 6 months or a year or 2 years, I won't face an Audit Scotland report which says, actually, we couldn't have confidence in these numbers? Is that your responsibility as my chief executive of the NHS? Is it ISD's responsibility as the statistics division, or is it the chief executives of the health boards? I mean, yeah. Who does the accuracy depend on?
So I'll invite Richard to come in at some stage because before he did his current role, one of his jobs was as the head of ISD, so he has expertise in this area. So I think it's important that we don't just... The responsibility lies at all of those levels. We've all got a responsibility. We're all accountable in some way. So the boards are responsible for making sure they get accurate data. ISD are responsible for making sure that they do the work that Ian Crichton and Susan Burnley described to you to make sure that data is valid and that it makes sense. We're responsible for having a sensible conversation with ISD to try and make sure that the data becomes intelligence that we can then use to inform the public reporting that we do. So it's not that the responsibility doesn't lie in any one area. The other important thing, I think, is that we do take some comfort from the fact that if you cross-refer that data to other data, including that which comes from SMR records, then the same kind of story is told. But Richard, you might want to add something.
In my previous life, Chair, I was Director of ISD from 1996 to 2005, so was involved in the early times when we had waiting lists, then waiting times. And I was the one that instituted the Chief Exec sign-off. But at that time, what in essence we got was a very simple spreadsheet from ISD, to ISD from a board to say, you know, these are the numbers against the 9-month target, or whatever it happened maybe to be at that time. New Ways brought something very, very different, and I'll keep it as brief as I can. New Ways takes an extract, the board sends an extract of its live system into ISD. Some boards do it on a weekly basis, some on a monthly basis, so at the end of that quarter, then there is a set of statistics produced from that. And this is a huge body of information direct from the system that neither, you know, when it's gone, okay, there is a discussion about corrections, and a correction might be, you know, and maybe just to say something about these systems are not waiting time systems. These are the main enterprise system in a hospital. And I think there has been a big push in recent years to get clinicians to use these systems more. For example, for ordering a diagnostic test electronically and getting the result back rather than a bit of paper, as well as recording all the information about a patient's appointment or a patient coming to attend the clinic. So maybe just to put that in context. So an operator who's perhaps made an appointment and is typing something in, some of these are drop-down boxes that might say, you know, the 13th of March 2013. All that happens needs to happen for a mistake to be made, and these are relatively common, is they click the wrong box and it's suddenly 2012 they've clicked in when it's today they're making that appointment, or today that person's coming in. And that person will suddenly breach because you've already added a year in. So that sort of correction happens between ISD and boards. This is a massive amount of data collection, and it is just so far removed from what was about a paper from a board. And the Chief Executive sign-off has remained because, you know, ISD have a cut-off for that. And if a board sees that for when they get in to publish, so is that the Chief Exec says, I'm happy now that you've got all the figures as I see them, and there we go ahead. So it is a huge and very complex thing, much more comprehensive than any other part of the United Kingdom. Much more comprehensive. And that, I think, should give us some assurance about ISD's role in that, and in terms the board's role in that, because it's given it to ISD, and ISD is the one that takes that data and publishes it. Okay. Sorry, Chair, if I went on a bit.
Just to finish off kind of where I started, to ask Mr Feely directly, I mean, at any time over, well, since 2008, 2009, have you, as Chief Executive of the NHS, ever indicated to health ministers you should be aware that although waiting list statistics are this, the use of social unavailability, the social unavailability code is steadily climbing, or in 2010 peaking, or in 2011 dropping off? Did you ever make ministers available of that trend? Aware of that trend?
So I need to just caveat my answer to that briefly, because I wasn't the Chief Executive or the Director General in the period until November 2010 when I took over the role. And at that time we did have a discussion with the Cabinet Secretary about the winter pressures, but we didn't have a specific conversation with her about social unavailability. I'm not aware of us ever having raised social unavailability issues with the Cabinet Secretary. John predated me. I suspect he will say the same thing, but I'll invite him to do so.
We'll give him that chance.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess the Cabinet Secretary would have been briefed as part of the normal introduction of new ways to say, this is the new system that's coming in, and you know, I can't remember the date of that briefing, but she would have been briefed back in between 2007 and 2008 as part of the general introduction. Sure. In fact, she would have been pretty central in terms of having sight of that initial guidance. Derek, I think, is right in mentioning winter 2010. When you look at social unavailability figures, over that quarter there was a jump of between 4,000 and 5,000. And in terms of the action that we took after that, because that was the peak, we worked with boards to reduce that and to put in extra capacity. And I think that's already been explained by some of my colleagues from the boards earlier.
But just to be clear in my own mind, you're saying that 2008, New Ways was introduced, the Cabinet Secretary was central to that introduction. That makes perfect sense to me. It was an important issue. And at no time in the next 2 or 3 years, anybody felt it was worth drawing the Cabinet Secretary's attention to the fact that as New Ways played out, there was a tripling in the use of social unavailability codes. Nobody thought that was worth mentioning, sending an email, briefing, nothing?
You're right. I mean, you've heard extensive evidence today already that there were no cause for concern during that time period. When we became concerned was in the latter half, or the latter part of 2011, and that was when the issue first arose with Lothian, and it was offers to England. We asked Lothian to investigate that. That investigation took place in the latter part of December 2011, as far as I recall. Government then, at that point, in the early part of January 2012, requested a further, much more detailed internal audit, which reported in March 12. And it was in that period that we then briefed the Cabinet Secretary on the use of social unavailability misapplied in Lothian. That's the timescale.
Okay. Mary.
It's not just politicians that are interested in this. If I could quote from the Auditor General, how the NHS manages waiting lists is very important to patients and the public, and public trust was put at risk following evidence that NHS Lothian manipulated the waiting lists and disadvantaged patients. Would you agree that this episode has led to putting public trust in the way we manage our waiting lists at risk, as stated by the Auditor General?
I think excuse me, I think I said in my introductory remarks that what NHS Lothian did was totally unacceptable. I hope that once we get to the stage of being clear that there was no repeat elsewhere in Scotland of what went on in Lothian, that any concerns that people might have about the NHS more generally will be addressed.
Well, I hope so too. I'll also quote from Caroline Gardner again, in case I'm accused of making this up. The point she made in her report is that they think the focus of attention of the Scottish Government and NHS boards during 2011 was on whether the 18-week treatment target time was being achieved, rather than on how it was being achieved. Is that accurate? Because she does go on to say that had you looked at other information that was available, such as the increased use of social unavailability codes, that this would have raised some warning signs that would have merited further investigation. Do you regret only looking at the waiting time targets being achieved? Do you regret now that you didn't drill down to see why is this being achieved in hindsight? Should you have done more?
So we were interested in how it was being achieved, and indeed we did a lot of work with boards in terms of how they were going about this. And I'll ask John in a second just to take you through some of the things that we did that were around how we're doing this as much as it was about whether we're doing it. But I do think, I would say two things. I mean, firstly, there is a bit of a kind of sense that social unavailability is always a bad thing, and it's not. And you know, Audit Scotland recognised that in 2010. A number of parliamentarians recognised that in 2010, that actually social unavailability was trying to be fair to patients. Secondly, the key thing for us was that this was about getting access to care quicker for patients. And regardless of whether you look at the patients who were being reported against the waiting times target, or you look at the whole patient population and you include everybody in it, what we can say reliably since 2008 is that people get quicker access to care over that period.
Right, so social unavailability codes is no bad thing. And in actual fact, you said in your opening statement that it's fairer to patients. So as a patient of NHS Highland, obviously I'm socially unavailable during the week, but NHS Highland had patients with periods of social unavailability with no end date, paragraph 42, page 23. So is being socially unavailable for the rest of your life no bad thing? Fairer to patients?
That's not what I said.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Respect.
I'm reading from the report.
So if patients shouldn't be on a waiting list with no end dates, and there's been a lot of work that's gone on to remove patients in that kind of circumstances from
where the patients were on the socially unavailable for the rest of their life?
I wasn't aware of that until I read it in some of the field work that went around as Audit Scotland were collecting their information. At least in part, what I said about managing new ways being a fairer way of managing waiting times for patients is a reflection of what Audit Scotland themselves said in their 2010 report.
Yes, so socially unavailable is not always fairer to patients, and it can in fact be a bad thing if you're on it.
It was clearly a bad thing for some patients in Lothian.
Of course, and Highland. And there was no evidence for the rest.
Can I add some additional remarks here on this? One of the observations that we had from Audit Scotland was that patients should not be held on lists without any prospect of treatment. And we've already had extensive evidence today from chief executives about the fact that patients were held perhaps unnecessarily in a social unavailability code when they perhaps should have been returned to their GP. Now, what's quite interesting is if we examine the drop in social unavailability that occurred, if there was a fiddle you would automatically expect those patients to be transmitted onto the waiting list. So what happened to the waiting list? The waiting list number fell at the same time as social unavailability numbers fell. How do we explain this? We explain this quite clearly in, I think, the Director General's covering letter on this, that boards are paying due care and attention to that very recommendation from Audit Scotland. The other thing which is a factor which plays into this is that if we examine the 2 years preceding 2009-10, 2010-11, the number of patients being returned to their GP averaged around about 3,800, 3,900 per quarter. The last 2 quarters worth of statistics show that 4,900 patients on average are being returned to GPs. This is a factor which has led to a drop in social unavailability to tackle the very issue that you're raising.
So do you think Audit Scotland have got anything inaccurate in this report, or would you fully agree with the accuracy of this Audit Scotland report, which in their own words has the most data and it's the most extensive report they have ever done? Is there anything you would disagree with?
Richard's got an answer for you on your Highland point, so we ought not to forget that. So I get the opportunity to exchange views with Audit Scotland around accuracy of the report in the period before it's published. And so I've had an opportunity to comment on that. There are some issues, I think, that are still inaccurate. And one example is that in relation on page 20, paragraph 35 says, towards the end of 2011, around the time concerns were raised about Lothian, the use of unavailability codes began to reduce. And then if you look at Exhibit 6 below it, actually it shows that they're starting to reduce in 2010. So I think that's inaccurate. But as I say, in terms of the recommendations that Audit Scotland make on the back of their analysis, I'm very comfortable with those. I agree with them that NHS Scotland needs to do the kind of things that they ask us to do. I agree that we should be better monitoring the use of waiting times. That's why we're introducing the changes we're introducing. It's why the patient-advised unavailability is going to be a significantly better means of doing that than the ones we've had. And just picking up on something that the convener said earlier, I think it's in everybody's best interests that we aren't sitting round this table in 2 or 3 years' time asking ourselves exactly the same question. I certainly have no desire to do that. And the best way of avoiding that is for us to get on and do the kind of things that Audit Scotland say we should do and deliver more transparent, better recorded information about why patients are choosing not to be seen at a particular time and how the NHS is responding to their particular choices. Right, well, I'm glad you used the word transparent. It just brings me to my final question, which is page 34, and it's the key messages from Audit Scotland. You know, what it mentions about better use of available information could have identified concerns about the use of unavailability codes, but the next sentence concerns me. It could also have identified wider pressures that were building up in the system around the capacity within NHS boards to meet waiting time targets. So can I just ask what discussions have taken place between the Scottish Government and board chiefs or chairs about any capacity pressures the boards were facing in meeting the waiting time targets, which of course we welcome. So I'll ask John Connican to pick that up, because I think it's directly relevant to the point you made earlier about the how, as well as the what. But before John does that, maybe Richard could just give you a bit of comfort on those Highland numbers.
I sort of took up this role just around the turn of the year, and obviously this was something that was very visible. So when there were these things in Audit Scotland, I began to ask some of the boards where there was very specific things about what were they. And from Highland, and I believe they will have responded to Audit Scotland in that. And I apologies, remember the exact number, but that number who didn't have any end date was I think, either a high single-digit number or a small double-digit number, and it was entirely an administrative error, as they put back to them, right? So that was that, and I suppose not surprisingly, given my background in figures, when I got into this, I was beginning to see, well, you know, what gives us comfort or what perhaps doesn't give us comfort here. And we've heard the unadjusted weight, which is where social unavailability is added back in, where medical unavailability is added back in. And I think if you look at the median or the 90th percentile for the number of days of either of these applied, the number of days applied for medical inability is always higher, right? It also adds back in any clock resets where if a board you've CNA'd a number of times and they reset your zero back to the start of the waiting time, they don't take you off the list, although they could send you back to your GPs and circumstances. They don't. That includes all that back in. And I looked at, you know, the median across Scotland unadjusted weight, and I think it has come down, and it was well below, you know, the target at the time of 12 weeks. However, I took it a bit further, committee, and looked at it at the big surgical specialties of, you know, trauma and orthopaedics, urology, etc., all general surgery. And if you look at the median, then and I actually only looked at it in preparation for coming here today, mostly at the boards who were here today and Lothian, then the median unadjusted, that's what all added back in, they were still meeting the target in the vast majority of instances, i.e., you know, up in the 90-odd% or around the 90% meeting. There were one or two aberrations around some specialties. I then looked at the 90th percentile, which looks at the long waiters, and there will be genuinely some long waiters in there because some folk will be on, have been medically unavailable for a while and they get reviewed or should be reviewed every 13 weeks. However, the one thing I will say, in a number of the specialties I looked at, like urology, plastics, general surgery, that would maybe give the committee some comfort about the fact that the unacceptable behaviour in Lothian was restricted to Lothian, was that they were a significant outlier at that 90th percentile in urology, plastics and general surgery. Less so in the other ones, and you can see that some of the other boards, particularly probably earlier on in the sort of 2008 to 2012 spectrum, had some challenges with long waiters. But as we went from sort of 2010 on, very much at Lothian with outliers. I'm sorry for adding that, Chair.
Okay. Just a question on the capacity
issues. Okay. I think that's a very good question because it's really at the heart of is government and NHS performance in this area a believable one. Can I introduce the concept of triangulation, where you don't just look at one piece of data, but you look at several other pieces of data just to back up the picture? We've already heard from my colleague on median weights as one aspect of tracking performance. Another aspect, and this perhaps directly answers your point on this, is that we also paid attention to an old measure, but which is still valid today, and that's waiting list numbers. Yeah? I think we can all remember when waiting list numbers were the national target. We changed that in 2005-06 to waiting times. But waiting list numbers are also important because if you can see a build-up in waiting list numbers, then it indicates pressure and capacity issues. We were very alive to that and have been over the past 10 years. We introduced various support mechanisms to boards on demand, capacity and queue methodology. And it's quite interesting that if I look at waiting list numbers today compared to 2005-06, 2005-06 there were over 100, 110, 112,000 people on the waiting list. Today there are 52,000, 53,000. It's the lowest that we've ever had. Yep. And colleagues, I think, have already expressed some views about the additional growth in capacity, consultant numbers that have led to that. One other factor that's worthwhile mentioning is if we track hips, knees and cataracts, which are the most common procedures by volume and by cost, then the last year we've seen the highest ever levels of these operations carried out in Scotland. And that's another factor to explain A, drops in social unavailability, and B, drops in waiting times. I could say more about our engagement with boards, but I'm mindful of time.
Okay. Just before we move on, a point of clarity. Could I ask Mr Feely about page 20, Exhibit 6? I'm looking at the graphs and, you know, forgive me for an old maths teacher, but that graph looks to me as if it's still rising in December 2010. Absolutely. And the discontinuous precipitate drop starts in both graphs, outpatients and inpatients and day cases, in December 2011, which I think is essentially what Audit Scotland said.
No, I think what Audit Scotland said is the use of unavailability codes began to reduce. And my contention is that they began to reduce in December 2010. No,
they dropped a little bit and then they went up again. And where the trend reduction happened, surely, is in December 2011. If we're looking at the same graphs.
We're looking at the same graphs. My point there is that I think, at best, I think you might say that what Audit Scotland say in paragraph 35 about the fact that the reduction in social unavailability happened as a result of what was going on in Lothian. And remember, even at October, we first hear about Lothian as an issue. It's largely in relation to people going to England. The PwC report doesn't come out until March 12.
To be fair, I think Audit Scotland say it happened at the same time. It doesn't actually say it happened because of what happened in Lothian, but so the issue is that it happened at the same time. We're looking at the same graph. We're going to have to agree to disagree. It looks to me like there's a trend drop in December 2011.
Which kind of was where Mary Scanlon's question came from. Is there anything you disagree with Audit Scotland about?
Well, okay. Mr Scott.
I'll leave the maths teachers to find that one out. We heard earlier this morning that New Ways introduced 99 pages of regulations, and health boards then had to implement those. And we heard that introduced considerable pressure into the system on staff at all levels. Did that pressure reflect itself in the monthly meetings that health board chief executives were having with themselves and then with you?
So at many of those monthly meetings, we talked about waiting times. And we talked about where we were in relation to the trajectories against achieving improvement in waiting times. And we would talk about both what we were achieving and how we were going to achieve. So that's the kind of environment where some of the things that John was talking about would be raised. So we would talk about the work we were doing on understanding demand better, on understanding capacity better, on understanding how people were queuing for care, and doing work in what's called task and finish groups, i.e. asking some specialist clinicians to go and have a look at orthopaedics and tell us how that might be better worked. So we would have a discussion about both how we were doing against the progress towards the target, but also about how we were seeking to achieve those improvements.
I mean, I completely accept this is a big new system you're putting in place. 99 pages of regulations for anyone must be pretty daunting. I speak as an ex-farmer. I used to get that from government all the time. But this is really heavy stuff. And what I'm trying to establish is whether at any stage during those monthly meetings, health board chief executives were saying, look, you're putting an enormous amount of pressure on our staff here to implement this big new system. There's a huge amount of political pressure at the top because, as the convener said, the health secretary was issuing press release after press release saying things were getting much better. Was that not, were chief executives not reflecting what was going on in their health boards to you in respect of those pressures?
It's probably better that I take the detail of this because as part of the introduction of any new system, like, for example, the move towards 18-week RTT, referral to treatment standards, we set up an architecture of support with boards where these kind of issues in terms of balancing the resource that's available against the task that's required, we look at this. And it's quite clear from all of the support work that we've done, on this and the literature we published, we had as much concern for the redesign and transformation of the systems to make these systems sustainable with the available resource that we had. There's clear evidence of that, and we can provide that to the committee if required. But as regards staffing, I've just come across in my pack here the document which is 18 weeks in workforce planning, a resource pack. That is a guidance pack for boards to address the very issues that you've just raised here. So we were certainly alive to these issues. This is all part of good risk management around the introduction of any new standard or target.
But, yeah, okay. And then, Mr. Connican, I think you said earlier on that you asked, particularly in relation to social unavailability codes, you asked Lothian to investigate when the issue, I could try to avoid all the pejorative words that I'll get jumped on, when the issue first arose. Is that right? Did I get you rightly?
Yes. Let me just go back over the sequence of events again. October 2011, we were alerted to issues by the press, actually, on offers being made to patients to travel to England at relatively short notice. We didn't think that was quite right, so we asked Lothian Health to investigate it. That investigation took a month or so before we got a report back. I can't remember the date of the report, but it's certainly before the end of the calendar year, probably around about the early part of December. Having had a look at that report, which is available, I'm sure, for committee members to look at, raised certain questions in our minds about the use of unavailability in Lothian. Now, at that time, we were not particularly clear about the level of adjustment, nor the mechanism by which it was achieved. On the 6th of January, after reflection over the Christmas and New Year period, we wrote to NHS Lothian to say, we think your report needs to be further investigated, so therefore we would like something that's quasi-independent. We want you to have an independent audit carried out, do it thoroughly, and report back within a month or two. We got that independent PwC report back in March 2012, and it was then apparent at that point in time that social unavailability code had been misapplied in Lothian. So that's the sequence of events.
No, that's very fair. Thank you for that clarity. And did health ministers instruct you to do that, or was that driven by your team at senior official level?
I suppose the answer to that is that we communicated our concerns to ministers. Ministers were aware of the fact that we were instructing a further detailed audit to be carried out in January, and in fact ministers decided shortly after that request went to Lothian that rather than have that independent audit report to Lothian, it would report back to Scottish Government. So the report came back to us in March 2012 rather than NHS Lothian.
Thank you. And following that, all that work with Lothian, and I quite understand what you've just said, did you ask the other, 11 health boards to instigate their own investigations, either by external or internal audits?
Yes,
what might be going on there?
I can't remember the exact timing of that, but around about that time we decided we would ask every other health board in Scotland to also do the same detailed internal audit, which, if anything, was even more extensive than the audit that was carried out by Audit Scotland, albeit it was in a different time period. But the number of transactions looked at, the number of staff interviewed, of which there were many hundreds, undertaken as part of that further internal audit across every other board in Scotland, I think was published at the back end of last year and is available again for the committee to look at if you want.
No, thank you. But so when the Chief Executive of Tayside told me earlier on that his work there had been, as it were, initiated off his own back, that didn't strike me as consistent with what you just said.
It's entirely consistent with what I've said, because the Chief Executive of NHS Tayside was referring to an exercise that he carried out on culture and behaviour inside NHS Tayside, whereas the exercise I've just talked about was the internal audit which looked at the application of codes.
So his description, in fairness, he's gone, so it's a bit unfair, but so his description was not actually about social unavailability codes at all. He was talking about something completely different.
Remember, of course, at that time he already had the internal audit report, and in looking at that internal audit report, he wanted to assure himself that there was not a widespread issue around culture in Tayside. I'm not au fait with exactly what the exercises that he carried out, but I take that from his explanation earlier.
I think it was in response to Mrs. Scanlon's question about bullying.
Okay. So once you'd had, once these internal audits or audits had been initiated by your team, Mr. Conhen, or by the Director General and the Centre of the NHS, what was the ministerial role in that? Did ministers ask for those reports to be presented to the government so they could see them, or were they content with them to go to health boards? What was the reporting line in terms of those reports?
I think the reporting line was one that those reports were made public, both to ministers and to boards. Remember, boards have got their own governance structure, and should be held accountable for such matters. So these reports were transparent, available both to ministers and to boards at the same time.
And thank you. And once those reports were coming back, was that at the same time, were you considering as a team why this was happening, the consequences of the target? Why was this happening? Was that part of your work?
I mean, it's a additional steps to say that all this was happening as a consequence of the target. But we were certainly, by that stage, looking at all of this in the round, not least because we were conscious of the fact that we had on the horizon 12-week treatment time guarantee and the need to get some good guidance available to boards so that they could work towards that treatment time guarantee. And so we were learning all the time. I think, and what we've tried to do with New Ways since 2008 is make sure that the guidance is clarified, refreshed as and when it's required, rather than issue big, here's another version of the guidance, here's another version of the guidance. We tried to keep it live, if you like, as far as we can. And I think that's something that we should learn also as we move into the treatment time guarantee.
I take that, but it would presumably be fair to say that this is a very, how do I put it, driven target. This is a target that ministers of any government attach a huge amount of attention to. It's probably the central target you have to, the Director General has to deal with. And therefore, does it gain a credence above everything else? And therefore, does that determine a set of analysis that leads you in one direction?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's one of a number of targets in the suite of heat targets. I feel I would be failing in my duty to the Public-Audit-Committee if I was not to put having the NHS in financial balance at the very top of my responsibilities. But there's no kind of pecking order in the heat targets, as it were. We think it's important to try and reduce waiting times for patients. And one of the means that we've chosen to try and reduce waiting times for patients is setting a target. Because all of the evidence shows you that that's a way of getting people engaged. People, if you set a target for something, people pay attention. They allocate resources accordingly, they allocate their time accordingly, they see it as a priority. And so that's what we've been trying to do, is get people to see this as a priority. And I think, as you heard from the colleagues from the health boards, they have seen this as a challenging target, but as an achievable one. And they also recognise that we have done our part to help them to achieve it by doing the work that we did on the how that John talked about earlier, and by putting some resources about this. One of the other things I think that it probably is worth mentioning at this stage is that we had with one of the things I think we're very fortunate to have in the NHS in Scotland is the Scottish Partnership Forum. That's where we bring together the government, managers of health boards and the representative organisations. And we had conversations with them, I think it was back in 2009, John will correct me if I'm wrong, about a set of principles that would underpin the way in which we did performance management, the way in which we undertook this. And one of those principles is that clinical outcome for patients always takes priority over achieving the target. The thing that the target's a means to an end, and the end is, can we get patients better access to care?
And my final question is, why do you think ultimately it was the whistleblower who explained what was going on? I don't know exactly how that got into the media. I first heard about this when it was reported in the newspapers. But then we did, I think, once we had heard about it from whatever source, then we did the right kind of things. So that's why the sequence of events that John
rehearsed with you. You know, they're making sure that this was properly investigated. They're getting an independent source to look at what was going on in Lothian, and then on the back of that to try and satisfy ourselves through internal audit that this wasn't being repeated elsewhere was, I think, an entirely rational set of things to do on the back of intelligence, and we should be open to getting intelligence from everywhere. You know, if people in the NHS have a problem with something, I would much rather know about it than not.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Beattie.
I asked the previous panel very specific questions in connection with systems. And this is on the back of course, the Audit Scotland report, which highlighted the inadequate controls and audit trails, and also the limited information recorded in patient records. Now, all the boards, as we're aware, are moving towards a common approach to producing the statistics, not necessarily with the same system, but producing the same reports on a common criteria. I asked them the question, who has got the overarching responsibility for that and control over that? And there didn't really seem to be an answer other than the fact they were cooperating with each other.
Okay. And Richard knows quite a lot about how that is occurring, so I'll ask him to lead off.
I'd said to the committee a few minutes ago about this very considerable chunk of data taken out of live operational systems in a board and sent to ISD, where ISD put that through a fairly complicated validation process that has been refined as we've went from 2008 to now. And as part of that, I think there are different layers of accountability and different sign-offs of accountability. One of them being is the chief executive of a board who is responsible, the accountable officer for that board. So he or she will sign that off to say, and I believe that to be truly representative of my board's performance and these figures are correct. ISD then will take that and produce a very large set of publications around that, you know, with a lot of data, and they will satisfy themselves from a statistical point of view that this is a reasonable, you know, this is statistically sound and this represents what's happened in the data I've been sent. Obviously, Mr. Feely's responsible for, you know, the NHS and Scottish Government terms and the oversight of that, and I think the role that we've got on a day-to-day basis is to look at the information that comes in and look at a wider range of information from complaints to other statistics that are around and see, does this make sense? And I think one of the challenges that we've got is that social unavailability has no doubt helped many patients, as has medical unavailability. And I think, as Glasgow said, and Audit Scotland recorded themselves, boards used unavailability rather than perhaps resetting the clock, which would have been for whatever the target was at the time, being 12 weeks, versus maybe giving them a period of social unavailability for a shorter time. And I think in some ways we're making a pariah of social unavailability. And I caveat that by saying, what was happening in Lothian, where there was no engagement with the patient. It wasn't as if, I think, as the colleagues from the boards have said, they had no ability to record exactly what was said in some of these telephone conversations, etc. That's now been superseded by the fact that a patient will be written to. Lothian were doing something where they weren't recording it, and this came sort of probably to light from a thing known as retrospective adjustment between publications. And I think when you look at the stats around that, then there will always be an element of retrospective adjustment, because mistakes or errors in data will happen you know, right at the very end of the period, and you know, ISD scrutinise that and see is that an acceptable change, etc., before they'll accept any change. However, the Lothian level was 3 times the Scottish average, and the fact that the Lothian level was high would drive up the Scottish average. And I think that is one of the clues. And I think, as Mr Feely said at the outside, the Scottish Government accepts the recommendations of the Audit Scotland report, which is going to mean, I think, even more scrutiny, and I don't suggest there wasn't scrutiny before, but even more scrutiny at a much more granular level of some of this information, i.e. like down at specialty level and subspecialty level, is that is the way the NHS, well, in fact, it's the way health services across the world are being driven down much more to subspecialty level. So I think there is not a single person accountable here. I think there's a number of people accountable for their bits along the way, which I think makes it much stronger. And below that, in boards, you have got the board itself, you've got individual managers who are accountable for things, clinicians who are accountable for things, and governance and audit committees who are accountable for things.
So you're saying there's a sort of a collective responsibility to make this work?
So to some extent, there needs to be a collective responsibility to make it work, because it relies on people at the very point of care doing the right thing, all the way through to senior managers in the NHS doing the right thing. So there needs to be some level of collective responsibility. I hope that what we're trying to do around patient, so in the social unavailability area, as you will know, we've replaced that with something called patient-advised unavailability. And I think that might give you some of the reassurance you need around how will this happen reliably across the country.
It's really the data gathering I'm concerned about, so that we can rely on the statistics coming forward and not have interpretations which might change, be a little bit changed between the boards, and then we're not comparing like for like.
So specifically on the patient-advised unavailability thing, then, what that means is that, well, firstly, it puts the patient much more in charge, which I think is always a good thing. Secondly, the board must write to the patient to confirm a period of unavailability has come along. Secondly, there are 8 codes which they need to apply, so we will see what are the reasons for social unavailability in a much more transparent way. So there'll be better records, a better audit trail, and crucially, that's all enshrined in the regulations that sit alongside the Patients' Rights Act. So it's not an optional thing, it's regulatory. So that ought to start to get us the kind of intelligence that we'll need to avoid us sitting around this table again in 2 or 3 years' time.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Beattie. Mr. Griffin.
Thanks very much, Convener. Your answers there sort of follow on to my questions. Do you think you can give an indication of how many of the patients who were coded as socially unavailable were coded in that way because they wanted to be treated in their local hospital or by their own consultant?
I don't have that number. That's partly because the systems don't record it. So you heard that from Glasgow.
Do you not feel that your job would have been easier? Our job would have been easier as an audit committee for us to analyse those lists if that code had, if we could work out how many of those patients were coded for that purpose.
So I'm always in favour of better information. It helps you make better decisions. And so, yeah, I think it would be helpful if we had that information, and that's what we're trying to get from the patient-advised unavailability material.
Okay, so that was one of the recommendations in the Audit Scotland report in March 2010. So why is it taken until August 2012 for that code to appear in guidance?
Yeah. So what Audit Scotland were recommending in 2010 was for a specific patient choice code to be applied. We had actually in December 2009 given guidance to health boards that they could and should use social unavailability as a means to achieve that end, i.e. give people the opportunity to elect to be seen by a specific clinician or in a specific location. Even if we had introduced a social patient choice code at that time, we didn't have systems that would be able to support the data collection that would underpin it. And so we wouldn't have got significant benefit from that. We were already starting to turn our attention to the new target, the treatment time guarantee, and to think about what would be the legal arrangements we would put in place in that. And so we saw that as an opportunity to be much more definitive about all of those things. John looks like he wants to add
Well,
something.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, because the recommendation in the 2010 report on that requested that we have a patient choice code for location and for consultants. In fact, Audit Scotland and I'm sure ISD were aware of that in the latter half of 2010 as they debated the make-up of that report. But it's quite clear that we gave effect to that requirement to have a patient choice code in that guidance that was released in December 2009. What we couldn't do is we couldn't split down the fine detail in between is it location or is it consultants at that point in time. And we are now able to do so as we move towards implementation of a track system. But it's quite clear that recommendation was given effect at that point in time.
But it was given effect and bundled with all patients coded as socially unavailable. So, in part, it's led to the situation we have now, in that we aren't able to, as an audit committee, to fully analyse why people are being coded in a particular way, because that recommendation wasn't fully taken through. And part of the answer has been because the systems weren't in place back then, and now we're hearing that they are. But if the systems weren't in place back then why weren't changes made back then to allow that change to be made?
I think there's probably a couple of practical reasons about that. First of all, please remember that at that point in time we were considering the implementation of the treatment time guarantee, and that in itself would produce that new code on patient advised unavailability. Also, systems development cannot just happen overnight. There's a lengthy timescale for that to happen. The complexity of this, in terms of getting it wrong if you rush it, I wouldn't care to venture what the results of that would be. You've heard from Mr. Calderwood today and from other colleagues about the fact that they're in the process of merging systems, and by I think the end of this year we'll have 70% of the population in Scotland covered by track care, and for the remainder of the population to have their systems rewritten such that they can capture that. All of that takes time. It needs systems testing, etc., etc. So I think probably in terms of giving effect to the requirements that was placed on us at that stage by Audit Scotland, we've done pretty well in terms of allowing that to happen and that facility to be able to be accessed by patients. But in terms of the ability of to absolutely record the fine detail of that, I hope you'll accept my recommendation about the risks of rushing it.
Okay, thanks. I'm trying to manage time I have to a degree. I have Mr. Doris and Mr. Coffey want to come in. Is there anybody else still wanting to? No? And Ms. Bailey. Okay, so if colleagues could be as concise as possible. Mr. Doris.
Okay, I shall do my best, Convener. I think that it's reasonable to say that I think this morning we've had reasonable explanations that I don't think anyone's particularly objected to as explanations for why there was a rise in the use of social unavailability codes and then a fall in them. There seems to be a kind of consensus that there's some valid reasons given. I think the issue the committee's got is most of this is not auditable, and this committee has got concerns in relation to the fact that it wasn't auditable. So I think we've been round the courses quite a lot in terms of why it wasn't able to be audited, and that last answer you just gave there explained some of the issues with that. So I would just like to go over some of the reasons for the increase to make sure I understand these clearly. I think I got them from the health boards as well. First of all, if you move to a new system, the new waste system, where previously there were unavailability status codes and people would have been sent back to a GP or put on a separate, sometimes referred to as hidden waiting list, and a third of patients are actually brought back into the system who otherwise would have been designated in another list as unavailable, that's going to, by definition, increase the number of people who will be deemed to be socially unavailable. The difference will be that it's on the one waiting list this time and it's quantified rather than set elsewhere and hidden. Is that a reasonable explanation for why some of the increases begin to happen?
I think we can take the increases in chunks if I could. When you start the new system, you start with zero. There's nobody on the new system, so you have to start to populate it. And you can see that population happening as you go through the first year or so of the implementation of the system, yeah, of new ways. I think that from memory, the first quarterly report recorded about 5,000 or so that had been on the system. And in fact, if you have a look at the, I would guess that when we look back at the introduction of patient unavailability, as described in the new TTG system, you will probably see the same kind of set of figures emerging. Yeah. So there's a clear explanation there that the population of the new system from New Ways is one of the factors for the increase. If you examine the jumps in social unavailability, they almost always occur in two parts of the year. There's a gentle rise over summer, but particularly for two time periods, that's 2009-10 and 2010-11 winters, you've got significant spikes. They spike by about 4,000 to 5,000 in each of those periods. And it's quite clear at that point that the NHS takes a long time to recover from it. So much so that in the 2010 spike, which was the worst winter that I can recall in terms of cancellations and patients saying, we're not travelling, yep, or boards saying, I'm sorry, our staff aren't in, we can't treat you for routine operations. It's at that point that we took specific action with boards to say we need to put some additional capacity in the system to start to treat that backlog. So I think there are 2 or 3 different reasons as you go through the timescales of the history of social unavailability that explain that rise.
Okay, well, you've kind of helped me skip one of my questions because I was going to ask you about peaks at winter. But just for clarity in terms of the tables the convener was referring to, some of the dubiety may have been the fact there's 2 tables on page 21 refers to outpatients where there's a steady and consistent decline from June 2011 in terms of use of social unavailability codes. Another one is for inpatients and day cases where it is undeniable that it's from December 2010. I don't think that's a matter for debate, that's just a matter for public record.
I can assure Mr Doris it is a matter for debate, and that's a completely different reading of the graphs, but fair enough, we've got both our readings on the record.
I can assure the convener that it's my ability to raise the issues that I want to raise when it's my turn to ask questions, convener, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So I've put that on the record.
Yes.
Can I give you the stats that refer to those 2 graphs? December 10, the percentage social unavailability for inpatients and day cases was 32.5%, and for outpatients was 10.8%. By September 11, that had fallen for outpatients to 9.7%, and for inpatients and day cases to 28.3%. So there was already an evident fall from that peak of December 10 for both of those in percentage terms.
Okay. Well, I certainly shouldn't have a debate about the numbers with a maths teacher.
It's a reasonable point, Mr. Feely. Yes.
Lothian's a factor here is the only thing I would say. The thing looks slightly different depending on whether you put Lothian in or out.
Okay, well, I think that's helpful. I think the reason those figures are particularly helpful is because that clear trend is before the Lothian situation emerges. So one thing we can say with clarity, irrespective of how individuals wish to nuance it, is that explanations have been given for why there's an increase. They appear to be valid by consensus around here, even if it cannot be audited. There seems to be clear explanations in terms of when increased demand is recognised, you put in increased resources and you see a fall, firstly because increased resources are put in, but also because it's no longer winter. That tends to be what happens. Would that be a reasonable thing to say?
Can you also remember my other explanation that I gave earlier on this? It is a material factor that behaviour amongst the board chief execs, I think a colleague from Tayside explained training, etc., where patients are no longer held with open-ended dates on a social unavailability list. Yep. And it's quite clearly evident that more patients are now being returned to GPs who have got no prospect of treatment than they were before. So boards did clean their lists, so to speak, in that respect. So that is another factor that we need to consider as part of the reason for the fall.
And a final question to ask in relation to factors. If boards are gearing up for patient-advised availability, where it's about having that discussion with a patient over what their choices and preferences are, would it be reasonable to suggest that the more patients are aware of what their rights are, the more they decide to use their rights, the more we could expect to see an increase in this kind of patient-advised availability, which in the past was called social unavailability. Would that be a reasonable thing to suggest when we watch these figures in the future?
Yeah, I mean, as John said earlier, our expectation is that these figures will start to rise. And as I mentioned earlier, social unavailability was introduced to be fairer for patients. And Audit Scotland's commentary on it in 2010 confirmed that it was indeed fairer for patients. What we're trying to do on patient-advised social unavailability is take a step change even beyond that, to put the patient absolutely at the centre of the decision-making about whether there's going to be a unavailability or not, to make sure that they've got a record that shows that this is why you've said you're unavailable, this is the period of the unavailability, and then to make sure that we've got better records than we've had in the past about why those decisions are being taken, decisions that are auditable and that are transparent.
I think that's final comment, Convener, and that's my questioning finished. I have to say that I find compelling arguments to explain the trend, and I don't think any member at this committee has questioned any of the arguments given as a reason for that trend. Maybe not the whole reason, but they've not questioned it as a valid reason for that trend in the slightest. It's just deeply disappointing that none of this is or was auditable, which of course is the purpose of this committee to scrutinise. So thank you for the explanations, but I hope the next time you come to this committee we can actually do the audit process as well, which would be quite helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Doris. Mr Coffey.
Thanks very much. Again, Convener, as I said in my remarks to the previous panel, the Auditor General's report set out to try to see if there was widespread manipulation of the list across the NHS in Scotland. She has not uncovered any such evidence to back that assertion up. Yourselves, in your evidence this morning, have reiterated that there is no evidence to support that. The three health boards, when I asked them about it directly and specifically, categorically rejected those false and baseless accusations, yet those accusations remain on the table. And I think it is duty bound that members who have made accusations like that should now withdraw them. What I would like to ask Mr Feely, when we look ahead to the next year or the next couple of years, and if we do come back to look at a report like this, how will we be in a better position? Because I know you've said you've accepted Audit Scotland's recommendations. How will we be in the better position at that point so that these false and baseless accusations can't be levelled against the NHS at that particular time?
So we'll have the track care much more fully implemented, if not fully implemented, and so there will be the kind of direct connection between the clinical interaction between a clinician and a patient and the information that we get about the decisions that affect that patient's care. We will have the patient-advised unavailability numbers with the 8 availability codes, so we'll have much better information on the reasons why people are socially unavailable. We'll have better information on the periods for which they're socially unavailable. So we'll just have a much richer intelligence that ought to be auditable, as Bob Doris described it. And I think that will be the key learning from the Audit Scotland report, and from that point of view I very much welcome it. I think these are improvements that need to be made.
Thank you for that. So in terms of the main issue about accusations of widespread hidden waiting lists operating in the NHS across Scotland, true or false?
No hidden waiting lists.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms Bailey.
Thank you very much, Convener. Would you say that there was certainly misuse of the social unavailability code that caused it to both rise quite substantially and then fall very dramatically after NHS-Lothian was uncovered?
There isn't any evidence of that.
Okay, is there actually the truth of the matter is that there is no evidence to support a contention that all was well? That's exactly the point that Audit Scotland made, and it would do members, I think, wise to pause and reflect that what Audit Scotland delivered was not a clean bill of health.
So, I mean, as Mary Scanlon asked me earlier, was there anything I disagreed with Audit Scotland about? There's one thing in actually the evidence that Caroline Gardner gave to this committee on the 27th of February, which I think is, she couldn't be clearer. She said, as we have said in the reports, and as I have said today, we have not found any evidence of manipulation at all. That's quite a strong statement.
I also think she went further, convener, but I don't have the script in front of me, but I'm happy to fish that out for the committee. Can I say, convener, I don't intend to trade information about graphs or statistics. I recognise in advance I can't match Richard Copeland's enthusiasm for statistics, so I'm not going to try. But I do want to try and understand processes. So, based on what Mr Crichton said to the committee before, I'm assuming that reports on the statistics go to yourself, Mr Copeland.
We get a number of reports. I was one of the ones just before the last publication to be part of that 5-day pre-release, yes. And, you know, like other parts of Scottish Government, we will ask ISD to do additional bits of analysis from us for the answering of parliamentary questions.
Very long time, but there's too many side conversations starting now. We don't have much longer. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Copeland.
So yes, we do get that. We also get, on a monthly basis, that comes via ISD, is some high-level figures around performance that they take from their systems, but because it's a quarterly cycle for publication, don't go via the New Ways line that we get in. So we get a raft of information in that we scrutinise.
So when you say we, that would be yourself, would it be Mr Conahan, would it be at the time the Director General for Health?
This is very much what I would call operational information that we would, myself and some of my staff, would take up with a board. If there was something I was concerned about, and okay, I'm not long in the door, then I would raise it with John, rather than this. This is not hidden, and anybody that wants to see it can see it, but it's for operational day-to-day use.
But see, as part of these chief executive meetings that happen, you know, that information would have been available to you.
Yeah, if I can maybe come in here as well, because for the period 2000 to 2005, I was actually head of the access team.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
The sequence that Mr Copeland has outlined is correct, but there's one important fact which I think needs to be borne in mind, and that is that all of the data that we get in terms of pre-release access is actually made available publicly anyway. So we get it as civil servants 5 days or so before, in order to be able to effectively get our minds around briefing ministers, etc. But we also supplement that with additional management information. Now, that management information, as Mr Copeland has said, comes in on a monthly basis. It mirrors basically what would have been available to us quarterly. We use that to spot if there are any early warning signs of capacity issues, for example. Our waiting list growing, yeah. And if we do, then we have got a regular ability to be able to debate these, either with chief executives at the regular monthly chief execs meetings, or indeed if we consider it necessary to have a special meeting with the board if we find that there's something that we have got some concern with. And from time to time, things happen. Mr Calderwood earlier today has outlined that there was a spike in ophthalmology and orthopaedics that they then tackled very shortly thereafter. That is the kind of thing that we would raise as part of that.
I just simply wanted to establish that you saw the statistics, they were available to you, and indeed you've gone further and said they were supplemented by additional information.
Yeah,
you also mentioned that you briefed the Cabinet Secretary, so the Cabinet Secretary would have available to her or him the range of statistics that you would have.
I mean, sorry, John can answer that question directly, but it is important, I think, for the committee to recognise that these statistics are generally available. You know, they're published.
Oh, I understand
and they're accessible on the ISD website, so that these are not kind of in any way secret.
But granted that both yourselves and the Minister will get lots of information, I'm simply asking, was that drawn to their attention, or would you expect the Cabinet Secretary to go interrogate a website?
No, it's drawn to their attention.
Okay, that's helpful to know too. Can I just point out that I believe Audit Scotland, in their original report, did raise problems about social unavailability, and I'm happy to provide you with the quotes, but they talked about not accurately recording all relevant information about patient waits, difficult to demonstrate that it's managing all patients correctly in line with the new guidance, wide variations in levels of social unavailability across 12 boards, and that implies that boards are applying the code differently, which has implications for patients. That contradicts what I believe you said earlier, that the Audit Scotland report didn't raise issues of social unavailability. It clearly did.
So we can check the record. If that's what I said, it's not what I meant to say. I don't think it's what I said, actually. What I said was that they were concerned about there was no concerns by Audit Scotland about the level of social unavailability. So I recognise they did have concerns about the processes that were underpinning it, and they did have some concerns about variation between boards. But they didn't have any concern. They didn't say social unavailability is rising at a level that's far too high. It causes us concern.
Okay, well, in that case, if I quoted you incorrectly, I do apologise, but we can reflect on the record. They asked as part of their report for guidance to be issued, and that was in March 2010. They reminded you in March 2011 and was told that that guidance was imminent. Why didn't it come forward?
I think we've been over this ground. We had made provision in December 2009 for boards to use the social unavailability code to recognise patient choice. That gave patients what they needed. That was our first.
So, sorry to interrupt, but why were they told that the guidance was imminent rather than we've already published it? So
there was a ongoing set of guidance issues. Yeah. John's got the list in front of him.
I can clarify this. In the 2011 follow-up report, 3 pieces of guidance were mentioned. One was ineffective patient booking. Okay. That was issued first draft in February 2011. This was characterised as being a live document, and a live document means that as we go through the months, we take the queries and we revise it. Yep. So that was the first piece of guidance, and that was issued on and around about the same time as the audit report came out. The second piece of guidance was on the National NHS Scotland Access Policy. That was issued in April 2011. That was 2 months or so, or 1 month or so, I think, after the publication of the report. And the third piece of guidance was on National NHS Scotland Waiting Time Guidance, and we have already explained how that transmitted into the TTG guidance that was originally and eventually published in 2012. So of the 3 pieces of guidance that were required, 2 were published swiftly, and 1 was work in progress.
Thank you very much. That's a helpful explanation. I have 2 very, very brief questions, Convener. The Cabinet Secretary said that the reason for the rise and fall in social unavailability both was somehow down to IT systems, yet what we've heard today was there was a need for further education, there were capacity issues, which you yourselves have highlighted, it was preparation for the treatment time guarantee coming in October. Are the health boards wrong?
I think we've rehearsed the reasons for the rise and fall in social unavailability.
So it's not IT?
The IT issues are around...
Well, a moment.
The IT issues are around being clear about the reasons that lie behind the social unavailability.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Bailey. Sorry, Ms. Bailey.
Quick clarification. The Cabinet Secretary never at any time says that this whole problem is down to ICT systems. He says that was one of the issues that was behind this problem.
I think we've got both interpretations on the record now, so okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Convener. I'm happy to provide links to the various statements made by the Cabinet Secretary. And my final question is, we've heard today a lot about accuracy, but the key question for me isn't so much the accuracy of the statistics, but who was monitoring them. With the benefit of hindsight, do you think you should have picked up the problems with the rise in social unavailability before Lothian?
No.
So you don't think there's a problem then?
I think the rise in social unavailability was largely in the period 2000 to 2010, was largely for the reasons that we've explained today at the committee. It was not an unexpected rise. It was a gradual and steady rise. Where there was a peak, a spike in social unavailability, we looked at that spike and we took appropriate action. So I think we there was no reason for us to act in any other way.
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. That brings this session to a close. Thank you once again to Mr Connick, Feely and Copeland for giving us so much of your time. It's very much appreciated. We'll now move into private session.